everyone. Welcome back to the October 22nd, 2020 meeting of the Miami City Commission. What we're going to do is we're going to open up public comment for one last video that was inadvertently left out. So we're going to play that public comment at this time.
Good afternoon, City of Miami. My name is Zach Bush. I'm here as a co-owner of Ball and Chain and Taqueria El Mexicano, here to speak on proposed ordinance 8049, scheduled for first reading, and proposed ordinance 8025, scheduled for second reading. Let's start with 8049. This is carefully crafted language that is purported to be citywide, but no surprise to anyone here, it affects very few businesses, very few, if any, hospitality businesses other than Ball and Chain and Taqueria El Mexicano. Again, carefully crafted by Joe Carroyo, whose intent has been known to everyone in this room, all commissioners, that he wants to see Bill Fuller pay. He wants to see Bill Fuller's businesses closed. He wants to see Ball and Chain and Taqueria El Mexicano closed. So by saying that no music can be played after 8 o'clock, this is spot zoning, reverse spot zoning. The current code allows for it to be played till 11 o'clock with only ambient music coming after that. And there is no need, and this will totally hurt our business, and litigation will follow if this is enacted because it is illegal. Proposed ordinance 8025 on second reading, given the shakeups of the city with recent asking for resignations of directors and what forth. This basically changes the language from the city saying they can remove a CU to the city saying they will remove a CU if you're out of compliance for any reason, zoning, planning, code, whatever. I just want to say a perfect example of this is we've been working with the city for the better part of a year to come into full compliance. After spending umpteen hundreds of thousands of dollars and doing everything the city asked, we got sign off from code, zoning, planning, building, fire, everyone. Only to less than a week later, the city's saying, oh my God, we made a mistake. You're still out of compliance for something. So if you pass this ordinance, this gives the power to Joe Carroyo, which is what he wants, to say, oh, you're out of compliance, no CU, you're out of business, sorry. And that's exactly what he wants. We all know why. Everyone here knows why, and this cannot continue to go on. It is a violation, and it will also be litigated, and it's got to stop. Thank you.
All right, so in the closed public comment at this time, thank you very much. Madam City Attorney, can you read into the record the first reading ordinances?
Thank you, Chairman. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 42, Article 4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Police Towing, Immobilization, Booting of Motor Vehicles, to update regulations and fees charged for towing, immobilization of motor vehicles, adding additional regulations for documentation of tows, and updating penalties containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. FR2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, streets and sidewalks, more particularly by creating sections 54-59 through 54-62 to create an enhanced right-of-way improvement trust fund, further requiring those adjacent property owners required to construct or reconstruct street improvements in connection with certain building permits in areas with adopted master plans pay into the trust fund in order to capture costs for such improvements, which may include non-standard streetscape improvements containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. FR3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 55 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Subdivision Regulations, by amending Section 55-10, titled Building Permits Issuance, Restrictions, Exceptions, to create a new exception to the platting process to recognize former lots of record and properties with certain meets and bounds legal descriptions for properties within the former Becker subdivision recorded in Book 16, page 43 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, the plat, which was revoked by the City of Miami subsequent to recordation of the same, providing severability clause, providing for certain conditions relating to improvement of adjacent rights-of-way in connection with the issuance of building permits in connection with this exception to platting, and providing for an immediate effective date. FR4, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 36 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended titled Noise, more particularly by amending Section 36-4 titled Operation of Radios, Phonographs, or Other Sound-Making Devices, Bands, Orchestras, Musicians, generally, exception to provide for the prohibition of outdoor music between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. the following day in areas that share a property line with any property that has a residential use containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. I believe that's all the first reading ordinances.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve FR1 through FR3?
So moved.
Seconded by the chair. Any discussion on the motion to approve FR1 through FR3? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. BU1,
BU1.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. I will say every October I get up and explain that October is kind of the hardest time of the year to project both the new year, as we're only 21 days in the past year. We've had a soft close, but we don't have a final hard close yet. So this year is no different. In fact, it might be just a little harder to come to some numbers at the end of the year here. So next month in November, we will have a number for you. We will bring it at that time, and we will bring the end of year budget amendment for your consideration. One future amendment that I want to bring before you and alert you to is that the feeding programs that we put in place in last year will be carrying over into the new year, and we're going to bring a budget amendment for that in the mid-year in a couple of months. But just to let you all know, the new fiscal year has begun. The budgets have been loaded. Departments are complying with the new budget. And I think that's everything I need to tell you all.
any questions for Budget Director? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, are there any, well, let's see. Let's move on to the boards and committees.
Boards and committees.
Good afternoon, Chair. BC1, Art and Public Places. Commissioner Reyes will be reappointing Christina Cuervo.
Move it.
Second by the chair. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
BC2, Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. Commissioner Russell will be appointing Jane Gilbert, and Commissioner Reyes, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to hold off on Charles Garavaglia until we have all 5 commissioners on the dais, but we can move forward with Jane Gilbert, Commissioner Russell's appointment to the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board.
So moved.
Move it.
Second.
Then second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, are there any ordinances on the planning and zoning, on the planning and zoning?
Yes, yes, Chairman. Do you want me to start reading those?
The ordinances into the record, please, yes.
PZ1. First of all, were any of the PZs reset? I didn't write that down.
Yes, PZ4 and PZ5.
Okay. Thank you. PZ1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, more specifically by amending Article 1, Section 1.2, titled Definitions of Terms, Article 3, Section 3.14, titled Public Benefits Program, and Article 3, Section 314, titled Workforce Housing Special Benefit Program Supplemental Regulations to modify the area median income for workforce housing in the Miami 21 Code, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Move it.
We would just read into the record, but I mean, we can take the motion right now. If you like.
Oh, I thought that we were gonna,
Yeah, we're gonna read them into the record so that you don't have to,
we don't have to go back, right? Well, what would happen, when the rest of the commissioners come in and they would like to read it, or what? We have to do it again, or?
no, we would think that we would. Fine. But like I say, you can move an individual item if you like. I mean, that's fine as well.
Well, I would like to move this one right now.
Okay. Is there a second? Is there a second on PC1? All right, I'll second for discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you're recognized.
Yes, this is where Commissioner Reyes and I have differed in opinion before. I completely understand and empathize with what he's trying to accomplish by lowering the MI and really trying to serve those who need affordability the most. I'm a little concerned if we start changing the formulation, it'll affect how we scale not only the programs we're offering, but how those programs are matched with other funding sources. And I do believe that the higher end of workforce is part of the spectrum that helps self-subsidize the rest of the spectrum on the developer's dime rather than ours. So I don't want to lose that higher end of workforce categorized in the AMI. I'm with you about trying to focus more on the lower end of AMI and targeting more projects toward the lower end of AMI and incentivizing that. But I don't think we should eliminate 120 and 140 from our AMI definitions. So that's why
This is only, Commissioner, to those where we are offering benefits. And if we are offering benefits in the form of additional density or additional floors and all of that, the 140 AMI, and you have to understand that is not what we need, and we are not serving what the definition of affordability is. Affordability in the city of Miami, doesn't fit the definition of 140, which is for people that are making one individual making over $80,000, and that increases as the number of individuals that are living in the house, not the ones that are working, people that are living in the house. If I have, I am a single mother, okay, or a single parent, and I have a son or a daughter, or both, I have two of them, then the owner of that apartment could ask me for a rent based on $100,000 and some $1,000. That could be very detrimental to me, you see? And if we want to do is serve the people, we are offering incentives in order to serve the people that we represent, you see, instead of being what we are doing now, which is subsidizing people that does not live in Flagami, people that does not live in Alapata, people that does not live in Liberty City, people that don't live in Little Havana. What we are subsidizing is the rent for those people that live probably in Broward that they want to move into the city of Miami. And we are subsidizing those people with incentives that we are an additional burden that we are creating to the neighbors in the area. Because if we increase density, let's say by 40%, and there are 200 more apartments in that area, those people that are paying for our bonds and those people that are living within the area, they are going to be more crowded. We're going to need more services, and we are not complying with the definition of affordable housing, because the definition of affordable housing is up to 80%. You see, workforce housing is a term that has been created in order to eliminate what it is low income and affordable housing. And most of the cities around the United States, they are using the maximum. It is from 60 to 120. None of them are using 140. That is something that I don't know why you are so much in love with it. Because if you believe that a person that it is, that it is made to pay $2,000 a month, that is affordable for people that you represent? I mean, probably in your district, yes, but not in my district and only in other district. $2,000 a month, it is rent burden, I would say, to over 80% or 85% of the people of the city of Miami. Salaries in the city of Miami, you know what is the average salary in the city of Miami, sir? Do you know? Answer me. You know how many people are, how many the salaries, if you go to ZipRecruiter and you look at all the distribution of salaries in the city of Miami, and you're going to see that over 90% are below, and I have that right here. Over 90% are below $75,000. You see, $75,000. And those are the people, you see, we are offering incentives in our bond, with our bond money to people to subsidize, we're subsidizing people from a bond that was placed on the ballot that read affordable housing. And we are subsidizing apartments that they are not affordable to the people that we sold that idea to. You see, that is my only concern. 120 is too high and 140 is too high, sir. I mean, it is. And if you're not, I will make this to you. I mean, I will get it to you, but so you can see that any person, it is not that they cannot pay it. You see, a single parent that is making $55,000, a single parent that is a teacher and has a kid cannot live in one of those apartments, and that's workforce. Because that person, it's going to be rent burden. You see, if you're making $55,000, you shouldn't be charged more than $16,000 a month and over $1,000, over $1,000 some dollars a month. You see, and that is my concern. That if we are going to represent, we are representing a population that it is hurting and needs affordable housing, and we are promoting those development by giving them incentives, which is, I give, let's say, for example, somebody comes to Flagam and they want to, in a piece of land, they want us to go from 6th story to 10th story. And in exchange, I'm going to get what it is called workforce housing at 140. That is not right, sir. That is not what this program is all about. The program is to get affordable housing. And if you go to if you have your land and you want to develop your land, you can charge whatever you want. You don't want to, but in my opinion, I don't know your opinion. My opinion, I don't think that our population, based in the range of salaries that I have here, the percentage of people that are below $80,000, you see, below every $1,000 of salaries, the percentage that are below $1,000, that it is not what I think that is affordable, sir. You see, even I would say that 18, 28, 46, 72,000. 72% of the salaries in the city of Miami is below $70,000. If you get a couple that I say 10%, it makes between 39 and 49. You know how much a graduate from FIU is the entrance? Let's say a person with a degree in business, and go to ZipRecruiter, and a person in that works, that got a bachelor from FIU and goes into the job market. Most of the time, in business administration, most of the times it's around $33,000. Let's say that that person marries another girl, a girl that is making, it comes out, goes to teach, you see? And that person marries a teacher, and that teacher, and now a governor is raising the salary, but that's making $42,000, still $75,000. You see, you see what I mean? I mean, it is not fair that we spend the money that we give incentive for developers or whoever it is to charge rent that they are not in agreement and they are not in line with the rent, the average rent that are people in Miami, the people that are paying for those bonds, the people that voted for those bonds on the title and it's believing that they were doing it for, I mean, affordable housing, that they cannot afford it, sir. You see, I mean, that is not what we voted for. You see, that, I mean, that's what people. That's not what people voted. I'm not saying not do it. I'm saying let's be honest with ourselves and with the people that elected us and the people that we represent. How can I go to areas in Arbondale, or which is next to your area, Mr. Diaz de la Portilla, areas in Flagami, on the northern part of Flagami, and ask them? He said, "Hey, listen, I'm building some housing out here, and there's going to be workforce. You see, you can tell your child or that it doesn't have to move to Tampa. They can live here, you see, because it's going to be workforce, and we're going to charge you. He's going to have to pay $2,000 a month. You see, because they can. I mean, I don't blame the developers. The more that you give them, the more that they're going to do. They're going to take it. You see, and we can have this discussion, and we can keep on discussing it. And I would like to have a full commission before that, because I think every one of you have your ideas about it, but I want you until we get a full commission, and we'll keep on talking, to do some soul searching and think about it. Think about it. I know that some people, I mean, you want to develop, you need money and all that. They're not going to stop developing because you, instead of paying $2,000, charging $2,000, they charge $1,700, $1,800 a month. You see, they're going to take the benefits that we give them. They're going to take, because that's what they do. And if you give them a benefit that they can charge $4,000, they're going to charge it. And now the market might not bear that. You see, the market wouldn't bear that. But what I want to do is at least have a stop at a place, I mean, at a rent that is affordable to certain part of the population, you see, which is not going to be affordable. It's going to be affordable, 89,000 people that make 80, from $79,000 to $80,000, and it's going to be around 6-7% of the population that will not be rent burdened. You see, and that is my concern. I mean, it is not. I don't have anything against. I want to develop as much as you want. I want to have development as much as you want. I want to place those empty lots into the tax roll. But if we are providing assistance and we are providing benefits, which should get something back that really that serve the people that we represent. I don't know, in your district, many people could be able to pay $3,000-$4,000, but not in my district. Not in Little Havana, not in Liberty City, not in Overtown, not in Alapata. You see what I mean? The majority of the people in the city of Miami won't be able to pay that.
So may I engage a little bit, Commissioner Reyes? You make a compelling argument. Certainly providing more standard housing for the people that already live in the city of Miami is an important thing to do. And that's a large part of, for instance, the mission that we've been engaged in the CRA, right?
Yes.
I remember, I always go back to when I came back to Miami, and as a single male, I could not live. When I looked around at all these different new apartment buildings that were built in the community that I was raised in, I quickly learned that I could not live in these spaces because of the restrictions of affordable housing. And so what it forced me to do was to move to Aventura. And of course, I paid a greater percentage of my income to live in Aventura, which was a completely different neighborhood. It was well worth the experience, but it was a completely different neighborhood that I wanted to live in initially. And so, in many ways, a lot of young people are facing that same dilemma. So, your children's children, they go to school, get an education, and if they choose to come back to Miami, because many of them don't, they have to find somewhere to live. And many people feel comfortable coming back to the space, at least in close vicinity to where they grew up. And if they've come back with a college education, where they've earned a decent wage, as a single person, they're primarily priced out. Now, if they have a family, and you hit the nail on the head. They have a family, they could do increasingly better, but still, even $100,000 for a family of two, a family of three, is not a lot of money. And we know that to be true, because if you earn $100,000, you're only going to probably bring home maybe $75,000 of it, and out of the $75,000 that you're bringing home, when you start to add in the cost of education, the cost of transportation, cost of the housing, cost of food, and healthcare, and things of that nature, you don't really have a lot left to live on. So, the window, and we know that people are making $25,000 in our community, $35,000 in our community, but at least those individuals that are in that range get lots of other assistance, right? They get sometimes they get food assistance programs, they get Medicare programs, they get programs that bring them on par with what those who are in the low middle class are making, but don't get any assistance with. And so I know, like, for instance, in my neighborhoods, I want to raise the standard of living for those who are extremely low income, but at the same time, I also want to attract people to our communities and back to our communities who are at area median income and above it. Now, that becomes part of this major discussion I'm having with you, is that if I were able to attract the family back to
Could I interrupt for a minute? And because before that, you see, we are not talking about the rent that all the people could pay. We are talking about that section, that's part of the apartments that they are proffered by us providing assistance or additional density of money. You see, you can have 20 units I'm talking about the 20 units that are proffered. I'm not talking about the rest of the building. If somebody comes and they build at the Liberty City or they lived in any place, and we provide them with assistance, you see, which exceeds the 100 AMI, they can charge for, and we allow them to charge as much as they want for 140, okay? You see, that section, that part of the apartments that they are proffering to us in exchange for the assistance, I'm saying that's the ones that I want to limit, not the rest of the apartments. The rest of the apartment, it is theirs. But what the only thing that I'm saying is, if we are going to assist, that we are going to give incentives in the form of money or in the form of additional apartments, that those apartments that they are promised to us, okay, they be limited to people that really need it. That's according.
So what
the rest is fine.
What you're telling me is that the apartment building would still allow up to 140%.
Or more.
But you're saying that if they want proposed bonus height in the FLR, that additional bonus space,
That's
then
right.
that part of it should be limited to 100%.
No.
No?
You see, the way that we work here, and I have seen, is that I said, okay, I'm going to get a bonus of 200 more apartments. Of those 200 apartments, I'm going to keep 40 apartments that they are going to be low income, and that traditionally what they have done is that they are. It's what is called the public benefit that they offer us. The public benefit. The public benefit. Let's say there are 20 apartments. Traditionally, what they do, they said, okay, those 20 apartments, we are going to give 10 apartments that is going to be at 60 AMI, and 5 apartments that is going to be at 80. And the rest is going to be workforce, and the other 5 that is going to be 140. What I'm saying that those 5 that they are going to offer as public benefits shouldn't go to 140, because that's more than I mean, in many cases that is more than in market rate. I'm not saying now the other 160 apartment that we gave them. And it is not the public benefit, part of the public benefit apartments. They can charge whatever they want.
So okay, let me interrupt for 1 second. Madam City Attorney, so the way that I'm seeing it, where he's describing the public benefits program. So basically, you're reducing the public benefits program, the additional proposed bonus height in FLR that we're allowed to give. You're reducing that to limit it or cap it at 100% of AMI instead of 140.
No.
I just want to get a clarification from.
No, I'm saying the apartments, not the apartments that we are the benefit that we are offering the person in the I mean as additional units or additional density, which translates into unit. Every time that we do that, the developer comes and said, out of those 100 apartments that you allow us to build, we are going to provide, and we are proffering, you see, X amount, let's say 20, I use 20 apartments that they are going to be affordable. And then they do a division. I mean, they divide them in different percentage of AMI. You see, if it is, but I mean, let's say that we give them 100 more apartments, right? I mean, because we want the incentive to build.
That's what I'm saying. That's the additional bonus part.
That's additional, but the part of the bonus that they proffer as affordable, it is the one. That part of the bonus, I mean, the one that they proffer.
Yeah, the benefit that they're getting.
The benefit that they're giving us, not what they're getting. You see?
You're saying the cash equivalent benefit is what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying that it could be a cash equivalent, or what they always say. We are proffering 20 apartments,
right,
as affordable in exchange for this. I mean, this additional bonus that you get. Right. We are proffering 20 apartments. Those 20 apartments are the ones that I want to really
be. Right, so I think
we believe it. No, the rest is not.
Right, no, I understand. Now, we're saying the same thing, just in different ways. That's correct.
Right. That's right. The other 80 apartments, I mean, they can charge as much as they
like. Right.
That's right. But the ones that they have named or they have classified as affordable, that is the ones that they are proffering us. You see, that those should be really affordable.
Okay. We're saying the same thing, right?
I think the one that can explain it the best is Francisco Garcia, because he deals with it
yes.
most. So I will defer to him.
Did you have an opportunity to hear our discussion, Mr. Garcia?
I did, of course. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I believe that, in essence, both Commissioners Reyes and Chairman Hardiman are saying essentially the same thing. If you want to ask any more detailed questions, I'm certainly happy to answer.
Okay.
See,
Now, the only thing that I'm worried about is something that the vice chairman brought up from what you described, the definition section, where you define now affordable housing and workforce housing shall mean, and then it basically says that it cannot exceed 100% of AMI. That part to me goes beyond the scope of what we described in the bonus conversation, because I can understand what Commissioner Reyes is saying. He's saying, look, okay, we're going to give bonus FLR, we're going to give additional height, which in essence gives them more units. Then of those new units, I want to limit the amount that I want to limit the area median income that they'll be able to use, or limit the percentage of dollars the AME, right?
I mean,
140 to 100. Like,
Mr. Chair, it's not of those units. You see, Francisco, the way that it works is like this. Correct me if I'm wrong. If a developer comes in and he wants additional units, I mean, as an incentive that we provide them with 100 units, okay? We are providing them with 100 additional units. What they do is out of that 100 additional units, they will profit an amount of units that it will be for affordable housing, right?
I'll wait for you to your statement.
I can hear you, Francisco.
I said I would let you finish your statement to complete
Okay.
the statement, and then there are a couple of nuances that I want to clarify.
Okay, of those, and every time they profit, is it true, yes or no, that they, every time that we do that they profit an amount of units for affordable house, right? That is going to be affordable.
The difficulty, Commissioner Reyes, is that there are various programs, and you're addressing one correctly, but there are others that function differently.
Well, what I'm saying of the ones that we are offering, and you can make that distinction, that the ones that they offer as public benefit, they titled it public benefit. And either I was hearing wrong every time that they come before us, you see, is it is that they have a group of apartments, a number of apartments that in exchange for us permitting them to have additional units and build higher or build more density, they will give us a public benefit. And a public benefit will be a set number of apartments that they declare them for affordable housing, that they are affordable. And the only thing that I'm saying is, and affordability is being measured based on the percentage of AMI. And affordability is based on the percentage rent that everybody can pay. That shouldn't be more than 30% of their salaries. Now, if we what I'm saying is, if the person that it is offering as public benefit 20 apartments, you see, out of the 200 that we allow them to build, those 20 apartments will be limited to real affordable housing, including the definition of workforce that has been forced into this public benefit. And instead of, and they claim that they can charge 140% of AMI for these apartments that they are, for some of these apartments that are public benefit. What I'm saying is that we are not, those apartments that they are, they have been labeled as public benefits. Those 20 apartments cannot be offered. The rent of those apartments cannot go higher than 100% of AMI. And that is only those apartments. The rest of the apartments, it is market rate, whatever they can, what the market will bear. And that's the only thing that I'm saying. We are giving benefits. They are proffering a set number of apartments to us. From that set number of apartments to us, they have to be affordable. I'm not saying that the whole building have to go affordable, that every single apartment that we allow them to build will go into affordable. just those that they are giving us. In exchange, I will say, and they offering or proffering what you want to say as public benefits. You see? I mean, that's the only thing that I'm saying. I mean, they either do that or they can do, Francisco, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if we decide we get a contribution, a cash contribution or whatever, but if we are getting apartments that they are labeled as affordable, they have to be below 140. And Francisco, also, you did a beautiful analysis of all the apartments that they've been proffered to us, okay? Proffered to us as affordable housing, as affordable apartments, in exchange for the increase of density of number of apartments. The majority were rented at 140 of MI. Am I wrong or right, sir?
No, you are correct. And when you say that, you are addressing specifically the Attainable Housing Ordinance, which is, again,
Yes.
one of the three programs that there are. With your permission, what I'd like to do, if it serves your purposes, is to describe very quickly what the three programs are.
Sure.
And maybe that way we can sort of be a little more surgical in terms of how we approach this.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. So there are essentially three programs in the city of Miami, and I'll describe them at high level, and I'm happy to answer additional questions. There is the Attainable Housing Program. There are the Workforce and Attainable Housing Public Benefit Bonuses that you were, I think, alluding to as well. And there is the Inclusionary Zoning Ordinance as well. I'll describe them in that order. In the Attainable Housing Ordinance, there is basically a density incentive, not a development capacity incentive, same square footage, same massing, but a density incentive. And the density incentive is provided such that, as you correctly stated, Commissioner Reyes, if all of the units that are going to be built, both the by right and the additional units, are capped presently at 140% AMI, which we call presently workforce, if that is the case, and 20% of those units of the entire building, including the density units, the additional density units, are capped 10% at extremely low income and 10% at affordable, affordable being measured at 60% and extremely low income being measured at 30%, then that project will be certified for attainable housing and will be able to double its density. So again, by reducing, this amendment proposes that reducing the AMI cap from 140, in this case, to 100% AMI, all of the units would have to be at most at 100% AMI, and then 20% would be at the lower levels, 10 at 60% and 10 at 30%. So that's as pertains to the Attainable Housing Program. This ordinance, and I'll be very quick about the other two because they're frankly, well, just very quickly. In terms of the Public Benefits Program, that one is really not affected very much because the cap there is already at 80% AMI. The only difference there is that if the units are provided on site, then the bonus is 3 times the FLR that would be dedicated to the affordable units. And if it is off-site, then it's the same amount of FLR that is dedicated to the off-site units. And lastly, this would also have an effect, this proposed amendment, is to the inclusionary zoning ordinance, which presently has the limit at 140% AMI, and that would reduce it now to 100% AMI for those units that are required, which is 10% of the units to be dedicated as part of the inclusionary zone. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you agree that most of those units that are 140% AMI, that they are beyond the reach of people that live in the city of Miami?
They are certainly above market rate in approximately 85% of the city of Miami, yes.
Okay, that's my only, thank you, Francisco. And that's what I'm saying. Now, in the attainable units, that it is kept at 100% AMI, that it's the one that will be more, I don't know. And you see, the AMI has gone up to 59%. $59,000. Now $59,000. If you get 100% of $50,000, 5960, it is going to be 4 por 9, 4 por 32. It's going to be close $90,000, 92,000.
You count in Spanish.
Yes, sir. That because that was. I mean, you go back to how you learn. You see, and if you learn to count with your fingers, it's going to be very difficult to do it. And back in Cuba, you have to know your tables back and forth. You have to stand in front of the teacher and recite them back and forth. Recite them. And so it is ingrained in you. So that's why I'm able to multiply and add, because I know my tables, you see.
Now, is that before or after communism?
That was before communism and after communism.
Better education.
That's without better education, yes, it's more complete, because you cannot have good education when you are limiting, you see, what students are learning. If there is no if there is no academic freedom, education goes down the drain.
Got it.
You see. Yeah.
Is there any other commissioner that wants to kind of weigh in on this a bit more? I mean, Commissioner Reyes, because you make a very compelling argument, and part of my desire as well is to. I mean, I want to see people's incomes raised in our district. You know what I mean?
That doesn't hurt the raising of the.
I know. I'm just talking through it, and my first mind says that if you give people an opportunity once they achieve 100% of the AMI to go above and continue in the same place, that would be
the same place. They can.
But,
they can, as long as they don't move to those apartments that they are set to be in a different. And I mean, that is up to the owner. As long as they comply with the number of apartments that they are going to be in certain AMI, I mean, in certain range, that's all it is. You see,
it's also very telling, the statement that AMI is, it's more than, 85% of our population doesn't qualify for the AMI.
It doesn't qualify, sir. Doesn't qualify. I mean, and that is, and I am. Those are numbers. Those numbers I did not create.
But what type of effect do you think this is going to have on development?
Well, the thing is, it will have in development. It won't have any effect because developers develop, and it is such a small percentage. You see, particularly the ones that they have bonuses. You see. It's such a most small percentage of the apartments that they're going to fall within that limitation. They're going to still develop. And the thing is, another thing that they even the ones that they are at 60% as AMI keeps on increasing, because it was 55 2 years ago and this is 49 now. They can increase the rent according to that. Because they have to, they work. It is not that this is set in stone, cast in stone, that they cannot change the rent that they are charging, as long as they go within those the AMI. And the problem here, sir, is that by charging more than 30% of the gross income for rent, that will have a negative effect in our economy. Because as people pay a greater percentage of their income for rent, there is less money for consumption. There is less money for going to a restaurant and have a dinner. There is less money to go on and purchase things that they need, even clothes. You see, you went through it. Just remember when you came from school and you have to pay more than 30% of your salary for rent, you didn't have much money to go out and party. You always managed, but you didn't have that much money to take a girl to a nice restaurant and all that, because most of your rent was going towards paying rent. Now, there are people that they like that. I mean, it is not that. If a teacher is marries a lady that is working at $15 an hour, you see, still they will not. They will not be able to. Fall into. Rent a place in the apartments that we are helping them build. You see, and without being rent burden. And that is my only argument. Listen, I don't know any developers. I don't have no dealing with developers. I have nothing against developers. I love developers and I wish they develop every day. But I am representing a population, and we all are representing a population that is poor. You see, listen, the other day that I gave you this, it said Miami is the second most unequal large metro country, and its middle class is shrinking. You see, it has the highest the Gini coefficient, which measures income inequality in the United States. It is equal to that of Colombia and Panama. Income inequality in Miami, it is unbelievable. And it is, we can sit down and you and I and have a cup of coffee or something, and we can go over the reasons, you see. But reality is that we are representing a poor population. And if we are going to help the developers increase the amount of apartments that they're going to have by providing some incentives, but out of that, what they say, the public benefits that they are offering in exchange for us allowing them to do that, please, let's charge rents that they are affordable to our people. That's all. That's all I'm asking. You see, it is not that I want to just argue. I don't want to argue this. It's not for the sake of argument. You see, it is because I think that is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Duran, you had something that you want to add? Okay, I thought you would see it. You're muted, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Alfredo Duran, Assistant Director, Department of Housing and Community Development. I just have an observation. I've been listening to this conversation about the 140 and the attainable housing. And I agree with you, Commissioner Reyes. 140 is well beyond the affordability of Miamians. However, I think to get a better sense or a better public benefit, I think we need to consider something. Right now, the affordable attainable housing double density program provides double density to a developer with the promise that they're going to provide us from the total of that project with 20% affordable and the rest of the workforce up to 140. The 20% affordable is defined at 10% at 50 and 10% at 30. The rest of the units can go up to 140. Now you give a developer the ability to go up to 140 and they will go up to 140.
Absolutely.
Right? So 140, obviously, you're going to have 80% of that project, which is the benefit we're trying to get at 140. Now, in Miami, we have folks that are at 60% AMI, 70%, 80%, 100%. When you have this structure, they will not rent the affordable units to anybody making less than 50 or 30, but they will rent the remainder of the units, regardless of your income, up to 140. So we're forgetting the people in the middle, okay? And even if we cap it at 100, the developer's going to take it up to 100.
Yes,
we're
sir.
forgetting the people in the middle. I think we need to look at our attainable housing ordinance and spread the affordability a little bit better so that we get not only 50s and 30s, but we get some 80s and we get some 100s and we get some, you know what I'm saying? So that they're obligated for that benefit that they're getting to provide affordability to those also. So it's a better spread of affordability. Correct me if I'm wrong, Francisco, if I misinterpreted the ordinance.
We've discussed this before, Alfredo, and that is exactly the optimal calibration of the attainable housing ordinance, which incidentally we've been working on for some time, and we are eager to present to you sometime soon. The other thing I will add very briefly and parenthetically is this. Because the city of Miami has such a disparate landscape of income levels throughout, depending on each neighborhood, generally, it has occurred to us, working closely with the Housing Community Development Department, that a better reference point as opposed to AMI, which is fixed by the county and varies between neighborhoods, is to possibly peg it to the neighborhood median rental prices. Now, admittedly, those vary over time, so there would have to be periodic calibrations. But if one were to do that, then I think the goals, as we have heard the commission state now and time and again, the goals of keeping people in place, preventing displacement and gentrification would then be achieved. And the other aspect that Alfredo mentioned, which is incredibly important as well, is to achieve that ultimate goal of mixed income development to prevent oversaturation of the city.
And I may add this, I have a great concern. And a great concern that I have is that we have a tremendous brain drain. Because it is too expensive for a person to live in Miami. You see, it is too expensive. The apartments, I mean, that what we have built around Brickell Avenue, I mean, Biscayne Boulevard and Omni and all those areas, they are beyond the greater percentage of salaries that we get here. So it is, I mean, even the recent graduates that rather go someplace else instead of stay here. You see, I wouldn't want my grandson to go away when he graduates because he cannot live here. We have to provide, as well as we have to provide decent housing for those people that they have high income. That's fantastic. You see, we are also, it is our duty to provide housing for those people that they are in the lower spectrum of the income distribution. You see, and Alfredo, I agree with you 100%. Let's work in a formula that we can incorporate not only the people that are 100 and the people that are 140, you see, but the people in the middle, you see, and believe me, I think, and according to the average, when average is different than median. Median is 50% have one side, 50% on the other side. But the average, when you incorporate all the salaries and all of that, is $63,000. You see, and we can use that. And I would rather, instead of going through the you see the rent in the area, I'd rather go through the income of the area. Right. What is the income? What's the average income? I mean, because unless we increase the personal income in our city of Miami, we are just going to have this division that we're going to have pockets of rich people, pockets of real poor people, and nothing in between. That's what we need. You know, where do you have rich people living next to people that they're making a lot of money? And I think that is our duty. I mean, listen, I don't have no benefits in this or anything. It is, I am very convinced that that we have to do it. And I mean,
I've asked a question, Mr. Duran. So then you would think that this ordinance would be a step in the right direction?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
You were thinking that this ordinance would be a step in the right direction?
Well, I think that the intent is a good intent. I think that reducing the workforce to a lower amount obviously brings it back to a greater reality to our citizens. But I think we're still doing a disservice to those in the middle. Anyone who makes 60% AMI would not be able to rent those lower ones, and they would still be charged 100% AMI, which would still be cost burdening them. So we need to find a better formula that when we give someone, for instance, a 10-unit project that gets 10 additional units. Right now, 8 of those units are affordable, and the rest of the units, the 12 units, are going to be at 140. Reducing it to 100.
I'm glad you brought that up, Dan. We're going to task you with finding that link.
Absolutely, and I accept that. Is that I mean, you're proposing that we defer this and task them in order to find a good formula? That's what you're proposing?
I think that I didn't say defer, but if you wanted to defer this, that's not an issue. I see Ken.
Well, we can vote this and with the proviso that we're going to pass it. And I accept any good formula that really represents our population.
All
Right. Wait, Reyes. Commissioner.
It's Commissioner Reyes. Commissioner.
Yeah. Okay. It is Commissioner Reyes.
Chairman Hardeman, Commissioner Reyes, Mayor Carollo.
Okay, but
Comisionado, por favor, comisionado.
you can call me Manolo or Flaco, whatever.
Senador Díaz La Portilla, Presidente Hardeman, Alcalde Carollo, Comisionado Reyes, either language.
Embajador. Commissioner Reyes. Okay, you've convinced me. I will vote for this on first reading. You're absolutely right. We need to go deeper. You make a very compelling case. It's not perfect though, and I want to work on it. I'm very worried about upsetting the scales with regard to the definitions and our application to federal programs, and that's where Mr. Duran can help as well. But I'm with you. All right. So I'm going to vote yes on first reading, and we will.
Thank you, sir. And I'm real glad that because it is not my intention to be controversial on this. You see, my intention is given my I've been seeing it, and in my discipline, I've been trained to look at all angles. You see, and that what I want is for all of us to be on the same boat. You see, so let's pass it on first reading. Let it all work on it. Everybody's 2 cents gets into it, but this one is second reading.
My mistake. I'm not with you then.
Well, I wanted to clarify something. Remember that this is just limited to Miami 21. This does not affect your HCD, CDBG. So I wanted to.
So no, I think we're getting there, but there's so many different facets that I think it just needs some adjusting. Make sure we hit everybody in the middle. For example, if we were to lower the AMI for workforce housing, then in the attainable housing ordinance, maybe we would let the developer do a little bit of market rate on their own to help offset the cost, but we call it what it is. We call it market rate.
Market rate, absolutely.
And that way we're not compartmentalizing all of the affordability in one building. But
absolutely.
We defer it then and get it together and get all on one page, because if it's second reading, we're going to be done here. And I think it's on the way, and I think you're making a very compelling case, and I want to support it.
Francisco, can you leave us a parting gift before you go? And it's something you and I have been talking about from the past, that we do a sliding scale and what developers should pay us for each additional unit that they get and square footage, et cetera, based upon what models the other cities have. We're not going to reinvent the wheel here. And then I don't care what they do on anything we approve, because they're going to have to pay us per unit. And it'll be across the board. And we can use that money to build in what we need. I want to compliment Commissioner Reyes, because up to now, it's the first time that we're getting closer in reaching more people that we need to reach, that need this. As Mr. Duran said, it's not going to reach everybody. And this is why what I think we need to do is concentrate on creating housing to own, where we're going to create our own housing entity, call it whatever you like. And through that housing entity, we'll raise the funds and we'll qualify 95% of our residents through it.
You see, we need both. We need housing, we need ownership, and we need rental also. You see, and this is a step towards rental, and we can work. I'm willing to work with you into ownership, which I'm very much interested. But I want to pass this, and I want to work on this. I want everybody to work on this, and I promise you, I am willing to reform it as much as we can and bring it back and reform it until we find a a formula that we can serve as many people as we can. You see, and that is within the income spectrum, that it is the reality of our city. You see, and I agree with you. Will work with you, and as a matter of fact, I'm willing and eager to work in a program for home ownership. You see, and as I'm eager to work with all my fellow commissioners in finding, trying to adjust this. I mean, I don't mind if it is 2 months from now, a month from now, and we adjust it. You see, I mean, we pass this, and let's adjust it. You see, and let's keep on working. You got you see, my word is my bond. You have my word that we're going to sit down and we're going to bring it. Find a solution. But one thing that I am satisfied and I'm real happy and real proud of all my colleagues is that we all are concerned about providing our residents with affordable housing that they can afford according to their income. And as they increase their income, they can go and move some other place. You see? And the expert has said, Duran and Garcia, and this is a good first step. Okay.
Vickers, what are you doing here? I thought you were out with green shirts or whatever shirts, getting those homeless out into the shelters.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Hardiman, you want to call the roll? I mean,
well, no. So I do. So I like the idea of making it a more complete document where, we can get the language that we tasked Mr. Duran with kind of giving us, because I think you're right. I mean, that middle group is what's missing, because, people are going to force their way with the lower income, and they're going to force their way with the higher income. But it's those people who are in the middle who they're least incentivized to really assist. So is there a way that we can, I won't be here when you all, get to it, but is there a way that we could continue to have that more perfect language so that we're making a decision that we understand is doing exactly what we needed to do?
Well, Vicky, if we pass this, can we reform it? And we can.
Yeah, of course we can. We can bring it back and reform it.
Absolutely. I would like to.
Did you make the motion for it? I'll second it.
Motion to pass.
Second.
We already have a motion. You can't second because we have a second already.
Who's the second?
The second is.
I'm the second.
Who's the second?
I'm the second.
You're the let's see, I'm better.
You're flexing your muscle in your last
I'll be
meeting.
the
third. Okay.
All right.
Commissioner, let me say, Chairman,
Yes.
if once you get over there, you don't like it, we could keep this warm for you for next November. So
you're always welcome.
You over there. You can always come back. We'll leave the door open.
Yeah.
And the light on.
And the light on, so you know where you're going. You can find your way in. Okay.
All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against? A motion passes. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you very much to all of you. It is not my victory. It is our victory. It is our victory. We are a body that really is concerned with our people. And it shows. This is a message that is being sent to our residents. We care about you. And we are going to try to find ways that we provide decent housing to all of you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your vote in this, Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Russell.
You have made it unanimous.
That's right.
We could always bring it back, as was stated, and make it better if we can.
Hey, listen, everything is up for improvement. You see, even ourselves.
Is there a motion for PZ2?
Let me see. PZ2.
Move.
Second.
And seconded. Any discussion on it? See none, all in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. The chair would like to request a motion for continuance for PZ3
Move it.
to the November 19th meeting
A motion what?
for continuance.
Continuance.
Continuous, okay. All right, there's a motion for continuance. There's a second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. PZ 6, 7, and 8. Madam City Attorney, can you read them into the record, please?
Yes, Chairman. PZ6, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544, the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended pursuant to the expedited state review process established by Section 163 through 184 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation of approximately 87.64 acres of real property located between I-95 on the north, I-95 on the west, Northwest 29th Street on the south, and Northwest Miami Avenue on the east, Miami, Florida, from duplex residential to high-density multifamily residential and restricted commercial, from low-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial, from medium-density multifamily residential to high-density multifamily residential, restricted commercial, and general commercial, from medium-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial, and general commercial from restricted commercial to general commercial, and from major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities to general commercial, making findings, directing the transmittals to affected agencies containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. That's PZ6. PZ7, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification of approximately 91.57 acres of real properties located between Interstate I-95 on the north, Interstate 95 on the west, Northwest 29th Street on the south, and Northwest Miami Avenue on the east, Miami, Florida, from T30 Suburban Transit Zone Open to T4R Urban Core Transit Zone Restricted, and T4L General Urban Transit Zone Limited, from T4R General Urban Transit Zone Restricted to T5L Urban Center Transit Zone Limited, and T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open, from T4L General Urban Transit Zone Limited to T4R General Urban Transit Zone Restricted, T5L Urban Center Transit Zone Limited, and T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open, from T40 General Urban Transit Zone Open to T5L Urban Center Transit Zone Limited, from T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open to T60 Urban Core Transit Zone Open, and from CI Civic Institutional Transit Zone to T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open, and T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open, all as more particularly described in Exhibit A attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And PZ8, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended pursuant to Article 3, Section 3.123, the Miami 21 Code, by rezoning certain parcels of approximately 141 acres for the creation of the Wynwood Norte Neighborhood Revitalization District, NRD2, by changing the zoning classification of the acreage described herein of real properties located between Interstate I-95 on the north, Interstate 95 on the west, Northwest 29th Street on the south, and North Miami Avenue on the east, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A attached and incorporated, modifying the transit zone regulations that are applicable to the subject parcels, as more particularly described in Exhibit B attached and incorporated, making findings of fact, stating conclusions of law, providing for binding effects, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Before we tackle anything, I just want to make a Jennings disclosure. I know that I've met with these individuals throughout time regarding what they wanted to do here. So I just want to make sure I put that on the record that I have met with them regarding these issues.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's been properly moved and seconded to approve
Second?
7 and 8. Any further discussion on the item?
Nope.
I believe probably at Jennings disclosures, in order for myself as well, I did have one Zoom meeting with groups that were advocating for this issue.
Okay. Francisco, you recognize?
Just briefly to say that I thought it might please you to hear that in this particular area in Wynwood Norte, we've actually calibrated the affordability bonuses at 80% AM.
That's good.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor?
Before we vote on it. We can't let the moment pass, Chair, without acknowledging what you've done here. This is a visionary, bold, and gutsy plan that you have spearheaded from the beginning. You're gonna leave a legacy for this community, this part of your district that you represent, that will last a long, long time. So I want to commend you for the work that you've done. I have a similar idea for what I want to do in the district that I represent, to really revitalize a community that desperately needs it. So I didn't want the moment to pass without at least saying that. Not a long speech, just an acknowledgement of your leadership, your guts, your tenacity, and so congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Can I add to that, I've been very proud to work with you. We all proud to work with you, and I know
Senator.
leadership, we have gotten a lot of work done. Thank you, sir. And we're gonna miss you. And you're gonna still keep on representing this district.
I was gonna wait till the end of the meeting to do all that. I'm talking about this particular thing.
Yes, I know that, but
There's gonna be a lot of kissing up that we're gonna be doing later on today because it's important. We're gonna need him.
No,
We're gonna need him to undo all the wrongs the county has done to us when he
Yes,
gets over
sir.
there.
Yes,
So we
sir.
have to let him away with an
Russell.
I want to make sure he doesn't forget about us.
Russell, you need to learn. See what calling him senator time and time again gets him? Gotta learn.
We don't have to fight all the time. Actually, Joe, I found a picture of us from a long time ago. Look at this.
Oh, yes.
Who?
Oh, yes. Who's the winner?
You're the
I'm the
chicken,
Cuban,
right?
so you
I'm
know
the
what happens
peacock.
there, right? I'm the Cuban, you know what happens.
We get along much better.
El gallo gana. El gallo tiene ganas. Okay.
But in all
Good
seriousness, Chairman, this is truly something that's a legacy project for you.
It is.
So it's something that you should be very proud of. And what you've done for your community, not a lot of people will walk away and say, hey, I made a difference. You didn't come here just to vote and to be here and to, take some space up. You came here to make some differences. And this is a big difference you made in this district. Congratulations again.
Congratulations, Mr. Chairman.
What street do you want to be named after you, Chairman? Let me know. I act, I don't talk.
It won't be an alley. It won't be an alley.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
29th Street.
29th Street. Oh, yeah, that's good.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. Madam City Attorney, can you read into the record PZ 9, 10, 11, and 12, 13, and 14?
Commissioner PZ9 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114. The zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida is amended by amending Article 1, Section 1.2, titled Definitions of Terms, and amending Diagram 1 in Article 3, Section 3.11, titled Waterways and Water Bodies with Waterfront Properties, to remove properties zoned as CS, Civic Space Zone, located on a water body from the definition of waterfront, and to update Diagram 1 in Article 3, Section 3.11 accordingly, containing a separative clause and providing for an effective date. PZ10 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida is amended by amending Article 1, Section 1.2 of the Miami 21 Code, titled 3, Section 3.6.1 of the Miami 21 Code, titled Off-Street Parking Standards, to provide for a definition of electric vehicle capable parking spaces, requiring that 20% of new parking spaces constructed meet the EV capability standards by accommodating electric vehicle charging and its associated infrastructure, making findings containing a subsidy clause and providing for an immediate effective date. PZ11 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida is amended by amending Article 1, Section 1.2 titled Definitions, Article 3, Section 3.5.3 titled General Zones, and Article 5 titled Specific Zones, particularly by amending Section 5.4.2 titled Building Configuration T4, Section 5.5.2 titled Building Configuration T5, Section 5.6.2 titled Building Configuration T6, Section 5.8.2 titled Building Configuration CIHD, Section 5.9.2 titled Building Configuration D, and Section 5.10.2 titled Building Configuration D3 to provide for a definition of solar equipment, creating standards for siting and screening solar equipment in the T4, T5, T6, CIHD, D1, D2, and D3 traffic zones, providing for an exemption from height limitations for solar equipment, making findings contained in a substitute clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ 12 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 5, Section 5.3.4, titled Parking Standards T3, to provide proportional driveway width regulations for low-density residential properties, providing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. PZ 13 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 7, Section 7.2, titled Nonconformities, Structures, Uses, Lots, Site Improvements, and Signs, to provide for the refurbishment of specific purpose design structures and the uses for which they were designed, making findings contained in a substitute clause and providing for an immediate effective date. PZ 14 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended, more specifically by amending Article 7, Section 7.1.2.8, titled Amendment to Miami 20.
Was the third, right?
To exempt rezonings of properties by the city of Miami to CS Civic Space Transit Zones or T1 Natural Transit Zones for minimum size and frontage requirements, making findings contained in a substitute clause providing for an effective date.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I was informed by the administration that this was going to be deferred when I have
Which one?
PC 4. I mean 14, PC 14. It is is parking in mini parks. You see, that's what it is. It's going to be deferred. That's what I heard from. Isn't that true, Francisco?
We had discussed that, yes, sir. I'm not sure if it was ready for the record earlier today, but we had.
That's right. So I move it to. I want to leave this out, vote, and then move to defer this, if it is possible. Okay. Can I move PC?
Wait, he's ready to record everything else, though, right?
Yes. Okay.
I'll move all
Yeah,
this ordinance. For the record, I had asked to include me in PC 10 and 11 as a sponsor.
Okay.
I want to be green. I want my green shirt.
you were at it.
It's going to be up to 13.
Yes, so the motion is to approve
Motion to
9 through 13.
13, yes.
All right. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chairman. Any discussion?
Yeah, one question.
I believe that 14.
Vice Chairman.
My apologies. I believe that was PZ 13 that Commissioner Reyes had asked to be.
No. It's
14.
PC 14.
14.
The one on the 400 feet that we have talked so much about.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Just a quick question. PZ9, the zoning text on waterfront standards, what is
Yes.
this? What is this solving? What is the concern on the?
And I'm glad, that's a good question. I'm glad, and I'm going to tell you the whole story about it. This is this will affect only a portion of Robert King High Park that has one of those Blue Lagoon lakes in front of it. Since it is in front of that Blue Lagoon lake, and it will have to go, otherwise we'll have to go to referendum. And what we are proposing to do there is going to be a training facility for girls volleyball. You see, volleyball, there is not a place that is not a training facility in Daycon for girls volleyball, or a place that they can come and compete. I have a proposal from a group of people that they want to build it there, and there is plenty of space. And as a matter of fact, there is a volleyball. Those girls that play good volleyball, they get scholarship left and right. You see, and this is just to be able to use that space to build a training facility and a competition facility for girls. Girls, not volleyball, you see, but we don't have any, and that's all. And it will affect this only, sir. It won't affect anything else.
Just so I can clarify, maybe the city attorney can help me. So if this is, because this is a waterfront property and it happens to also be CS, which is subject to that, you're saying without this resolution, it would have to go to referendum under the charter. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
But by changing the definition of waterfront property and taking CS out of that, does that mean no CS properties would have to go to referendum if we chose to do a lease on CS property?
No, sir. As drafted, this is very specific to those
That's right.
properties that, and I don't have the language, but those properties that are west of a certain body. I think it's,
It's a lake.
Mr. Garcia, I don't know if you remember the language, but it's.
I'm looking at I'm looking at the ordinance right now.
It is a
It's an
specific.
actual definition section.
Definitions, yes. Fronting a water body. I don't see anything about the west versus east or.
But elsewhere in the code, water bodies affect properties that are west of the salinity dams throughout the river or the canals.
Where is
Not-
that?
Oh, not in this part of this amendment, but elsewhere in the zoning ordinance.
And it's the it is non-navigable a body of land, of water, non-navigable body of water. That's what it is.
It seems to me though, if the definition is amended in Article 1 definition,
It's in the definition of water body, which is actually not included in this text amendment. The water body is not being amended.
but the definition of waterfront is being amended.
Yes, sir.
And it says, so it currently says the area of a property that fronts a waterway or water body. We're adding, except for those properties zoned as CS Civic Space Zone fronting a water body. So doesn't that have an effect on more than just this property? Doesn't it affect all CS that face a water body?
No, sir. As Mr. Garcia said, is those properties that, and I'm sorry, I'm looking for the definition of water body.
I see.
Those-
One, it
those-
differentiates properties of waterways.
Separated by Salinity Dam from Biscayne Bay. Separated by Salinity Dam from Biscayne Bay, which, again, without looking at the map, I'll defer to Mr. Garcia, but that is a limited number of properties west, on the western side of the city of Miami.
Right, and if I may add, perhaps to give you greater comfort, the effect it has is really to provide the city more design flexibility in the improvement of the waterfront end of those parks in the city. So as Commissioner Reyes was mentioning, if in one specific park, the city wants to make certain improvements that depart from the standards and guidelines, ultimately, of course, it's up to the city commission to decide what the improvements will be. But we believe that flexibility is welcome so that other types of recreational facilities can be developed instead of the sort of hard and fast promenades that are otherwise required.
Got it. And this one's on first reading today, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll be supportive, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay,
Further discussion on those items?
no, sir.
Seeing none, all in favor?
Chair,
say aye.
I do not believe I have a motion, and so it's going to
Yes,
be,
I move it.
Second,
and that's for 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Correct.
One last question on PZ 12, please. Through the chair. This is the parking, I'm sorry. No, I'm on PZ 10. This is the electric vehicle. Is this 20% applied to private off-street parking or only the public off-street parking within the MPA?
All parking structures, sir. All parking structures.
All parking structures. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I move to the third PC 14.
second,
Commissioner Reyes, we still need to take the vote on the motion on the floor.
Oh,
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All against? Motion carries.
Okay, move to defer PC 14 and then I get some clarifications.
Second.
Properly moved to continue PZ 14. All in favor, say aye.
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 All against? Motion carries.
Just for the record, that'll be to November 19th.
Yes, okay.
Madam City Attorney, can you read into the record PZ 15 and 16?
Yes, PZ 15 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments, amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small scale amendment procedures subject to section 163.3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from low density restricted commercial to medium density restricted commercial of the 0.38 approximately acres of real property located at approximately 2824 and 2828 Southwest 37th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing several clause and providing for effective date.
I'll move it for discussion, Mr. Chairman.
We have, he has more to read, or did you read both of those?
Sorry, I'll wait then, and then I'll move them both.
PZ 16 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114. The zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida is amended by changing the zoning classification from T4L, General Urban Transit Zone Limited, to T50, Urban Center Transit Zone Open, of the properties located at approximately 2824 and 2828 Southwest 37th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated. Further, accepting the voluntarily proffered covenant and substantially the form attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, making findings, contain a civil clause, and providing for an effective date.
Now I'll move it.
Move it, and I second it.
You're on mute, Mr. Chairman.
Probably move the second, any discussion? Commissioner, Vice Chairman, you recognize?
Thank you. I'd like to work on this one with you, Commissioner Reyes, because 37th Avenue, right between our districts.
Absolutely.
It's such an important corridor with the revitalization of Douglas Park, the incoming community center there. I think there's so much potential for healthy development here that can include affordability. It's right next to the train station. There's so much going on. This applicant has gotten a change of zoning from us before on abutting properties of about double the size. And they proffered at that time a covenant with regard to affordability on site or a cash contribution that Commissioner Carollo negotiated to the tune of $100,000 into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which was obviously a big win for us, but it didn't solve our situation on that road. And so at that time I had asked, can we do sort of an intensive look, and maybe it needs a resolution or a direction as has been done in some of these other neighborhoods to really do a zoning analysis for this area to incentivize the type of development we want. I do not want to hold up this applicant from doing what they want and I'm happy that they are coming with a proffer, but I do have to say, and Commissioner Corey is off camera now, but the proffer is not even half of what you were able to negotiate for us in the last round. So I'm wondering if you have analyzed this, because if I'm not mistaken, in my understanding from the planning department's analysis, a commensurate contribution would be about half of what they gave last time, but they're only offering $10,000 this time versus the $100,000 they offered last time. The units seem to be commensurate. They are at an appropriate AMI, but if the cash contribution is so low, it incentivizes them to just go with the cash contribution, and they never give us the affordability. So they get the best of both worlds there. So I'm looking for some support here, either to work with this developer and their representative on their proffer, or hold this item to really, deep dive a little further on the entire area. Because I don't think we're doing this comprehensively. We're doing it piecemeal, lot by lot, where this place is worthy of T5. I mean, we could really give some intensity to this area if it's appropriate with that neighborhood and the buffering is there, but we need to get the affordability, and just waiting for voluntary proffers that don't really meet the need might be a little tough. So I'm open to discussion on this one.
Mr. Chair, and I do agree 100% with you that that corridor, 37, Avenue corridor, is we have to really try to do whatever is, I would say, try to maximize the development there. And I'm willing to sit down with you and anybody else and be try to work as much as we can and try to get as much as we can from the developers, and also look into the future. How can we improve and foster development in that area? And it is part yours, part mine, and I think that we should be working together in it. And I'll go along. I mean, what do you want to do? You want to move this and defer this, and so we can have a charrette?
I have a question though, because I need a little education on this one.
Yeah.
My name, Mr. Chair, through you.
Please.
So this is a Commissioner Reyes' district or Commissioner Russell?
Both.
No, this is.
No, that's his. But I have the
I think you currently, although that's probably going to be changed out here. So rumor out there is going to be changed. I think you currently go to 25th Terrace,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Russell's district,
Yes,
correct?
Douglas Park and that area south to US 1, the Douglas Park station, the Douglas Road
Yeah.
station.
No, right, correct. This area, but this area is there's another big development taking place here, right?
At the station, yes.
At the station.
Yes.
This is adjacent, that's why I need to educate me. This is, because I don't have a map in front of me, for some reason, I wasn't left a map. This is adjacent to that development? Is it?
Not adjacent, no, it's
Not
a little
adjacent.
north. It's a few
So
blocks,
it's 2 blocks north or whatever. How many units are we talking about?
not many.
Is there a number? I mean, not many, could be 100 or 20 or 10 or 5.
I'm not the applicant either. Mr. Garcia or the applicant's representative can speak to the specifics on the number.
Yeah, it's Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, tell me a little bit about this, because this is an important point actually, because I agree that 37th Avenue, and I kind of I've been trying to get away from the parochial nature of when we look at our city. There are places that we can all talk a little bit about. And I know this area very well, so I think the 37th Avenue corridor may be important for us to look at a higher density, right?
Yes.
If we look at a broader vision of what can happen.
At a broader vision. That's
A broader vision of what happen between
that's
you
what I
and
was referring to.
27th Street or something like that.
Yes.
That area around the park. So
Yes.
how many units is it? Is it this is a big deal development, or is it?
No,
It's not.
no.
I don't think it is, but that's why I want to know.
No, I don't think it is. As I remember, this came before us at the beginning. I think that about 10 years. And I do agree with you, Commissioner Diaz-Lapatilla. We should take a good look at it and see if it'd be possible to have a greater density there and have substantial development in that area, which would be a great contribution to.
And so my question to Mr. Garcia is, if we approve this today, are we actually limiting ourselves in what we can do down the line for this corridor?
No, not in the least, sir.
How not?
Well, they are asking for a zoning change, and so the conversation we're having right now pertains to that zoning change. And I recognize that Mr. Fernandez, on behalf of the applicant, is here as well. And that zoning change, they have the ability to apply for. Our recommendation has been for approval, given that the nature of the corridor, as zoned as T4L, is really a mismatch, right? This is certainly a major transportation corridor. It is within a transportation-oriented development area, and the proper zoning for the entire corridor, in our opinion, would be T50. T5 because it allows up to 5 stories with a density of 65 units per acre, and T50 in particular because it allows for a full use type of development, which is appropriate along the 37th Avenue corridor. That said, and in our report captions this as well, there is admittedly a need for some affordability to be infused into the area, as it is those in the lesser ranks of affordability that would be able to take advantage of the already existing transportation corridor and some proffers of affordability have been received in the past.
You sort of came in and out there, but I think I got the gist of what you were saying. My question is, if we're looking for land to build as many units as we can, are we wasting an opportunity? We're not doing enough here. That's really the question, right? So is there not the way things have been done in the past, but the way we want to do them in the future, are we wasting an opportunity to upzone this area? That's my question.
Right.
You're muted,
So
Mr.
approximately a
Fernandez.
year and change ago, there was. Oh, my apologies. I yield.
You're breaking up. I
Can
can't
you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Ben Fernandez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. I can show you on the map how it makes sense to certainly increase development intensity on this site. Essentially, the properties on the north side of Douglas Park are T68. So what you have is essentially a change from T68, and anybody that's familiar with Douglas Road knows that what has happened closer to Coral Gables, near Coral Gables Hospital, are 20-story apartment buildings that do very well and provide, some of them provide workforce housing at the higher levels, I think. And certainly this is the gap between those areas and the Metro Rail station. This commission found it appropriate to rezone this parcel from T4, the adjacent parcel rather, from T4 to T5. And this is just a smaller additional piece, approximately 16,000 square feet. The density increase would be 11 units is what we're talking about here. So this is to further what Mr. Garcia was saying, this is a necessary step in order to bring the development intensity to a level that is on par with what is on the north side of Douglas Park, should you choose to do that, which would be closer to a T68. Doesn't have to be the same height. It could be a more dense development at a lower scale, if that's more appropriate for the neighborhood. But I think that there's certainly an opportunity to bring smaller units closer to the train within the pedestrian shed of the Metro Rail station. And this is clearly within the pedestrian shed of the station. So what you have are competing goals in your master plan. Of course, you want to increase affordability, but you also need to recognize that the areas around all of our train stations have remained undeveloped for years, despite the fact that we've had a train. 27th Avenue, Commissioner, your district, Commissioner Russell, has remained entirely undeveloped. Now you've got the Terra project, and that's great, but nothing has happened on the north side of that station for various reasons. It's not your fault, but going back, there have been appeals, challenges to development. 37th Avenue is finally happening, but this area, which is just north of Bird Road, around a Florida Power and Light substation, I might add, has been ignored. Nobody knows if it's Coral Gables. Coral Gables has blocked off streets to it. Residents can't go in there, so they're not welcome in Coral Gables. 37th Avenue looks like a landing strip. I'm sorry?
Who's not welcome in Coral Gables?
Who's not welcome? Do you live in Coral Gables?
No, I don't live in Coral Gables. I live in the city of Miami, but they've
Yeah, I'm just
they've blocked off those streets, Commissioner? Those streets
Yes, you
blocked
are
off.
absolutely right.
Yeah, so this is a strange pocket.
Yeah.
At least we know that they're,
We know the city. We know the city, Mr. Fernandez. We know the city.
We know
at
it.
least we know when they planted,
Commissioner,
that wasn't allowed there.
Commissioner Russell, this is your district. Would you like for this to be deferred?
Commissioner Russell, recognized.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that, Commissioner Carollo. I do want to do not want to assume that this part of my district will no longer be part of my district beyond redistricting. If it goes that way through the analysis and the community meetings and everything.
But it's your district now.
It is, and I love it for the district. Golden
Well,
Pine.
the future, I don't know what it'll be.
Yeah.
It's your district now. Do you want to defer? I'll second if you do.
Yeah, let's.
We're happy to work with you between first and second reading if it's a question of the extent of the
Commissioner Russell made a good point.
This has already been
You're
deferred once.
getting 11 more units. $10,000 for 11 more units that under the present zoning you're not supposed to get.
Commissioner, we already proffered $100,000 in response to your request for 18 units previously. So
Mr. Fernandez, just a moment. It goes beyond that
I
because
think, I think we
That
shouldn't be
wasn't a
having-
lot, frankly.
We shouldn't be having a debate, either it's debate between commissioners or it's, you know, it's not a debate with, you know,
Correct.
developers or
I just wanted to-
representatives,
I
debate
just
between
want-
commissioners, right?
And
And
before-
I agree
before
with
it,
Commissioner
though-
Carollo. I agree with Commissioner Carollo. He's a district commissioner. If you want to defer, I'll support you also in that.
I'll support you also.
And we'll move forward and we don't have to waste time with this anymore.
Yeah.
Right, but I just wanted one last comment on the record. Not only is the proffer different from a financial perspective, the proffer of units, Commissioner Reyes negotiated that it would be in the previous zoning for the abutting
Yes.
property that was also represented, it would be at the city AMI. And this proffer is county AMI, which is much higher. So they're not offering as much money and they're not offering as much depth of affordability. So I would appreciate a deferral. And Mr. Fernandez, I'm happy to work with you. My door is open and we will get this done.
Listen, you know, I think it's important, Commissioner Russell, that you made a great point. You need to give more, Mr. Fernandez, to our city. You really do. And because that's what we're looking for here. We're looking for more for all citizens and all people that are investing in our city to contribute more to our city. And that's sort of the angle that I'm coming from. Not more than you can give, but more than you're giving. So I think the commissioner, I agree with the commissioner from the district that we defer it and we have further conversations moving forward.
You move it, and I'll second it, Commissioner.
It's been probably,
Record,
it's been probably moved.
the other 18 units for the $100,000 they proffered came to $5,555 and change per units. So if we go with that $5,555 and change, we should be getting about $61,100 plus for the 11 additional units. And that's a heck of a deal, let me tell you.
So the
We gave you a fire sale before.
PZ 15 and 16 have been moved to defer. Do we have a date definite?
November meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, November meeting. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of that motion, say aye. Motion carries. Since we're doing some procedural stuff, I'd like to move to reconsider PZ3. That was the one that I asked for the continuance for.
PC3,
Yeah, that's the one I asked for the continuance for. It's within the district, within my district. Very northeast.
I'll second that.
so your district, okay, yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'll second it.
Taking it to reconsider, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Against, that motion carries.
My
Yeah.
apologies. The mover will be Commissioner Correo, seconded by Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. Since
Right.
you did
That's
not make
fine
the
by the
motion.
record.
Okay.
And then along with that, what I'll do is let's finish on. So PZ 17, can you read it into the record, please? PZ 17 and PZ 18 and PZ 17 and PZ 18. Those are our last ordinances.
Well, you got PC19 too, right?
Yeah,
18,
that is a resolution.
18.
So we can handle it,
and 19.
For the record, I have a Jennings disclosure for PC19.
I do as well.
My staff met via Zoom with the applicant. I did not, my staff.
I also have a Jennings disclosure for PC 19. I met with Iris Aspara and 24 Classic Corp developers. So I want to disclose it. Okay.
Okay, so can we read now PZ 17 and 18 to the record, please?
I also have a Jennings disclosure.
The chair disclosed his. I'm not sure Commissioner Russell does. We may not. PZ 17, PZ 18,
Yes, PZ 17 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended. More specifically by amending Article 1, Section 1.2, titled Definitions of Terms, Article 1, Section 1.4, titled Definitions of Landscape Requirements, Article 3, Section 3.12, titled Design Guidelines, Neighborhood Conservation Districts, and Neighborhood Revitalization Districts, Article 3, Section 3.6.10, titled Off-Street Bicycle Parking Requirements, Article 4, Table 4, titled Density, Intensity, and Parking, and Article 4, Table 7, titled Civic Space Types, to provide for future opportunities for streetscape enhancements throughout the city of Miami, making findings containing a summary clause and providing for an effective date. PC-18 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending Appendix J, Wynwood NRD1 Neighborhood Revitalization District, ordinance number 13114. The zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended more specifically by amending Section 2.1 titled Purpose and Intent, Article 3 titled General Zones, Section 4, Table 2 titled Table 2, T5 Urban Center Zone, and Table 2's T6 Urban Core Zone. Article 5 titled Specific to Zones, Article 9 titled Landscape Requirements, Article 10 titled Sign Regulations, and Section 8 titled Street Master Plan to modify standards for parking for developments less than 10,000 square feet, allow parking within mezzanine levels, and the establishment of the Wynwood Streetscape Master Plan within the NRD1 boundaries. Further amending Section 3.3 titled Lots and Frontages to establish a program to allow lot assemblages exceeding the maximum lot area with public benefit contributions. Further amending Section 3.5 titled Wynwood Transfer of Development Rights Program to establish a program to allow unused density throughout the NRD1 boundary to be transferred for the benefit of affordable workforce housing, civic open space, and legacy uses. The ability to pay into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to obtain additional density, alignment of the affordable workforce housing benefits to the Miami 21 code standards, and a calibrated attainable mixed income program containing a summary clause and provided for an effective date.
The chair would like to entertain a motion to approve PZ 17, 18, 19.
Move it.
Second.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded.
Mr. Chair, I did not read 19. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the rest.
Yeah, 19 is a resolution. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 That motion carries.
And we're done with the PCs with the exception of the one we reconsider,
No,
PC 3.
PZ 3 was also included in the motion. It was 17, 18, 19, and 3.
Yes.
17, 18, 19, and 3 was the motion.
They were moved.
Yeah, they were moved.
Yeah, we voted on that.
What we have now is FR4, which is your noise, chapter 36.
Before we do that, Mr. Chair, I failed to make a Jennings disclosure on PZ 6, 7, and 8. So I want to make that for the record.
All right, yeah, we can include it on the record.
Thank you, sir.
We noted on the record. Okay.
Chair, just for the record, the motion by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Arcoro, passed unanimously, was for PZ 17, 18, 19, and PZ 3.
Correct. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I'm recognizing you, Commissioner Carollo, on item FR4.
FR4. This is an item that I've been looking at for quite some time, and then we had COVID that came, so it didn't take priority. But this is a problem that we have citywide. We all know the problems that we've had in the northeast part of the county with complaints that we've had from residents on restaurants that serve liquor too and have music. We've had numerous problems in Midtown, even downtown. And, you know, we're here to represent the residents of Miami. We try to find a balance when we can, but our main responsibility is for the protection of life and property and the peace of our residents. And it's not compatible to have properties that at night when people are trying to be home, be relaxed, they're getting music blasted into their homes. At the same time, let me add that this does not affect, because it can't, any establishment that has been grandfathered in by, or should I say this would be will grandfather in any establishment that has been given permits prior to this. I wish it could be different, but that's the way it has to be. So all establishments that have had permits would not be affected. It's going from here forward with new establishments. And this will go a tremendously long way in siding with the residents of Miami for their tranquility in their own homes, because when you have properties that the front of those commercial establishments might be facing a thoroughfare, but the back of them face residential properties. It's not compatible to have that type of noise in the back. And the problem that I have is that I've seen, not just with our noise ordinance, but across the board with all enforcement in the city of Miami. It doesn't matter what we have in the books if there's no enforcement. No enforcement, and I've seen it. People are out there. Everybody that's in the enforcement field wants to work banker's hours. So particularly on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and at nights, we have practically nobody out there enforcing. Police officers that are assigned to a lot of these establishments, once they're hired, they're working for the establishment. They're no longer working for the residents of Miami and the city of Miami. And we already know the stories on the cash payments that I hope have stopped. I hope have stopped. So by doing this, we're going to guarantee a tremendous peace and quiet to a lot of residents of our city and improve the quality of life for our residents, which is our main responsibility in all of our neighborhoods. And this is citywide, not in my district, not in a portion of my district or any other district. This is citywide. And it's because of all the complaints that you all receive, I receive, we read in the media, citywide. So this is what it's about. And these are the kind of quality of life ordinances that I've been bringing and will bring in the future. So,
Is there anyone else?
I make a motion for its approval.
I second and for discussion.
Been properly moved and seconded. Discussion?
Yes, Commissioner, I know what you're saying because I had that same problem on Cool Way with La Bodeguita Medio. And it was really affecting that this quiet and neighborhood there. But I want to know how this is going to affect, I would like between first and second reading, that would analyze what would be the effect on new buildings, new businesses that are going to be established, if this is going to be detrimental to this type of business to come into the city of Miami. Maybe we could limit the hours of decibels. I don't know, but I think that we should be looking very deeply in this. Jump in into this and see what's going to be the effect of it, because obviously it's going to be some effect.
The problem is, Commissioner, that as I stated, we have no enforcement, nor have we had it in the city.
Yes.
You've seen it, and we're kidding ourselves that we're going to enforce anything. Listen, we're not Miami Beach. We established back when I was mayor the area for major club and entertainment districts. Then Wynwood, parts of it have expanded. The areas that will be affected are residential areas. We're not saying that people can't have music inside establishments, and that's where they need to bring it in. We're saying it's outside, after a normal time where most families are going to be home, 8 o'clock until 8 in the morning, that no music outside for those who want to be. People can have gatherings in commercial areas. They could have dining, but no music. The musics have to be inside where the noise is kept inside. Look, in my district, there have been new businesses, several of them, that have had to wait several years through all the permitting. They've gone through all the permitting, unlike others. And I don't particularly care for some of them, but they're keeping the music inside. So in that aspect, that's fine. You keep the music inside. Problem is, once they bring it in the back of the establishments, that is going right in to the residential areas, right behind them, and beyond sometimes. Look, our main responsibility is for our residents.
Yes.
Businesses are still going to come to Miami. We're not going to stop anybody from coming here. They're going to come here. But if they want to be good neighbors and be good businesses for the city, keep the music during late hours inside the establishment. If you want to bring it outside, frankly, I don't want those businesses near residential areas. Let them go somewhere else that would accept that, and I don't think too many places really will.
Commissioner, I have a concern with downtown Miami also. You see, it's a residential area, also. And then there's a lot of businesses in downtown Miami.
Downtown is quite different in what we have. You got a lot of tall buildings. It's quite different, and the intention, when we say residential downtown, there's really nothing residential in downtown. As we know it, as your district is, as mine, as Diaz Libertia, as most of the district that Hardeman has, as Coconut Grove here in Commissioner Russell's district. You don't have that in downtown. So if you want to try to come up with something that's a little different to fit downtown, I'm certainly open for that.
Okay.
And you're not going to have what I think you understand that I'm describing.
Yes.
In downtown.
Yes, I tell you, this has a lot of merit because I have seen a lot of our neighborhoods that have been affected by loud music coming to people that have a terrace and all of that, and open doors and all that. But I would like to have between this reading and that second reading, have a thorough analysis on how will this affect different neighborhoods, how this will affect downtown, how would it affect, for example, Coconut Grove. Coconut Grove has has a lot of establishments that they are entertainment, and the entertainment district in Wynwood and in downtown, and I also try to maybe we can be a little bit flexible with the hours, you see. And I would like to, the principle of the ordinance, I do agree with it 100%, you see. But I would like to have some sort of a in-depth analysis how it's going to affect. I know in Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla district, there are a lot of establishments also that they are very, that could be affected. And I would like to have that analysis. It doesn't take anything away from it, but it is we can make it better.
Commissioner, you certainly have the right to analyze it all between first and second reading.
That's right. But I would like that to have every one of the commissioners, be able to analyze this and have some experts analyze this. What would be the effect?
What I'm saying is that if people want to come into the city from now on, again, this doesn't apply to anyone that has had permits in the past. If people want to come into our city from now on,
those people are grandfathered.
we got to put our residents first, citywide, not people that are going to make a few bucks. They're not even going to live here, and that our city is going to be used just so someone can fill their pocketbooks. And we're going to make the lives of our residents pure hell. And you know what? They don't have a voice. They don't have a voice like I've seen since I've gotten here. And you know why they don't have a voice? Because I've seen that if you got enough money in this town, you could buy your way into practically anything. You could buy code, you could buy building, you could buy planning. what happened in Commissioner Russell's district didn't happen by chance in those 2 buildings in Day. That happened because people were bought off in the city government. Corruption, yes, corruption is exactly what I'm saying. And some of the same people that did that have been doing the same thing in my district, in yours, and other areas. And it's been for sale. And this is why the noise ordinance that we have is a joke. They don't get enforced. When there's a complaint, the dispatcher doesn't give it to an on-duty officer. They give it to whatever officer is working off duty for the establishment. They shut it up so nothing ever happens. And God forbid, if they do anything, is to tell, like I've been told, residents, hey, they got a right to do whatever they want.
No.
And then to try to get code there, depending who do you have that's in charge, they might not let the code people, they might tell certain code individuals not to go there, like was happening before in different parts of our city. So when you have a system that's been compromised, and we might not want to talk about it, but you know what? I'm going to talk about it because it hasn't come out in the open. When you have people that have been paid off to protect others, not our residents, then you have to make laws that they can't get around. And that's the bottom line, Commissioner.
Okay.
Why this is coming. I'm trying to protect those people that came to me, that came to all of you in the Northeast complaining about the noises. So many from Wynwood, others in my district. This is citywide, Commissioner, citywide.
I know that it's rampant. But as I said before, you see there are certain establishments, like for example, Magic City in my district, how this is going to be affected.
But Magic City is not touching any residential area. This has got to touch.
Well, the parking lot is touching it. It's
where are they touching?
On it's a 3rd Street, 2nd Street or 3rd Street.
Well, you're talking about the outside parking lot, but they're certainly not planning on making concert halls over there in those parking lots. I mean, they're parking lots. That's why they have them.
That's right. Well, they have concerts with the racetrack. Racetrack was,
and that's not touching any residential area.
Well, that's what I like to define. You see, define real well.
And that's fair. That's fair to define that.
I want to define that, and I want to do that if it passes between first. I am going to vote in favor, but between first, I'm going to letting you know that between first and second reading, we have to really, fine tune this.
Sit down with the administration.
Yes.
And go over the areas that you have concerns about.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Carollo, I get where you're going. I think that if you could boil our entire job down to one thing, it's trying to balance resident quality of life and protecting and growing business. And this is the perfect, moment of conflict in those decision-making. I don't want us to send a mixed message, especially around COVID when we're trying to encourage outdoor dining and trying to help, we're trying to get rid of, curfews and, but I get it. The last, the Ben Fernandez who was here, when he was here 2 weeks ago, he had a client's application on Biscayne Boulevard in the MIMO district, and they had a rooftop entertainment planned, and that abuts T3 and Morningside. All of Biscayne does, all of MIMO does. This would affect all of those businesses, restaurants, entertainment venues, bars along there. And they've tried to balance this similar war. Maybe it's similar to what's experienced on Calle Ocho, I don't know. But they had
very different.
It could be very different. They had a thoughtful approach in his proffer, and they put all of the entertainment on the Biscayne Boulevard side of the property, and he had buffers and walls and everything. So the only thing facing the residential side would be the air conditioning, units and no people and things like that. But even this might affect them. In the
No,
Grove,
no, it won't, because what we're talking about here is only entertainment in backside of lots. They could have all the dining that our code would allow for the square footage, but what we're talking about only in the backside, the music stops at a reasonable time when people are usually home and wants a relaxation in their home.
is that what
That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the front that would, be buffered by a building. We're talking about the back where the buffer is going to be the neighbor next door.
Is that what it says in the legislation though? Because I don't necessarily disagree with if that were the case.
Well, if that's not clear, we'll make it clear. What this is trying to do is keep the entertainment, the music, either inside the buildings where they should be, or in the front side facing the commercial side. If they have room there, most do not. It's rare when you're going to find it. Where if there's anything there, you have the whole building then, there's a buffer, so it won't go back into the neighbors. This talks about where you're getting locations that never had that, and all of a sudden, you're creating space that is right adjoining. The back is all residential across the city, like we've seen, and you're putting places that are, hitting music extremely loud.
I may be interpreting the legislation incorrectly then, because after my briefing, I asked the administration for a map. I said, I want to see what this truly affects. And
this is what they gave me.
So let me take a look for that, because if the way I read the legislation, it affects at least 4 or 5 restaurants in the Center Grove, a lot of parts of Wynwood, parts of MIMO district, and so I think it's worded maybe broadly.
So whatever it affects right now, if they have permits for the in-back outdoor entertainment, that they'll be grandfathered in. We can't take away the permit we gave them before by changing the law now. This goes forward. If you didn't have permits, you cannot then come and try to get them.
So
if those restaurants that you're mentioning have permits for whatever they're doing in the back, it's not going to affect them.
Could I get a clarification maybe from admin? Because I hear what you're saying, and that sounds safe, but the businesses I've spoken with are very concerned, and the way they're interpreting it, they're very concerned. And I just want to make sure that that's what it says, because even if we're going to work on it, if we pass it on first reading and we're sending a message to all restaurants and bars throughout the city, if it's the way I'm interpreting it, and I could be incorrect, I think it sends a bad message if we're trying to encourage the recovery of business.
Look,
and I don't want that headline. I'd like to work on it.
I don't think it sends a bad message at all, because we're not stopping anyone from serving food. On the contrary, food, we'll help to expand it in any legal way that we can within our code. The problem is we got to decide as a body who's going to come first. The big bar, big restaurant owners with the money, or our residents. Simple as that. I'm throwing my lot with the residents, no matter what happens. I respect whatever opinions someone else may have.
Well, we had one of one of the business owners within our community in the Overtown area speak out about this particular ordinance, and
I can't hear you, Chairman. If you're breaking up.
Sorry. I said one of my residents and also a business owner of the Overtown area came to speak out against it because particularly the lot that he has that was basically a vacant lot that they're using the TUP right now to revitalize Overtown to get people in that space, and they've been pretty successful at attracting people there in the evening times, and the entirety of their venue is outside. They as I understand, I mean, they rarely get any complaints about sound. And I know that, for instance, also I'm just thinking about a particular building right now, the Paramount building that's just now in the World Center area. I mean, that area has a promenade that they spend millions of dollars with, and they want to continue on that promenade even further. And it's a beautiful outdoor space, very mature, beautiful palm trees there with outdoor speakers and lighting. It's just a very beautiful scene. And when I look at this, this tells me that they would not be able to use it at nighttime. And I think one of the beautiful things that I'm seeing in Miami right now is the use of outdoor space in the evening with string lights and things of that nature. I think about places like Paris and places that I've been where in the evening they have beautiful music that's playing Brazilian jazz.
Yeah, but in civilized cities, Chairman, in civilized cities like Paris, they have people that enforce their laws. We're not civilized. We don't enforce our laws. We got a bunch of corrupt son of a guns that pay off our employees so that the laws are not enforced.
So,
and this has been happening. Every one of you know it. That's been happening. And Commissioner Russell, anytime there's a stomach for it, I'll be happy, since nobody else is going to do anything about it. On those Day Avenue homes on top of each other, to use the chapter in our city charter that the commission can investigate us about it with subpoena power. And I'll be happy to get that along. And I guarantee you we're going to get to the bottom of it and overturn it once we get to the bottom of that. And then from there, we could go on to some other places until we have employees that are honest, that are not going to take money for protection or to make decisions for the rich and powerful to get their way. Now, you're talking about the Paramount. Are they adjoining? I mean, do they touch
right, so
the residential property next door? I think you're maybe getting it all wrong.
Well, first, the building is mixed use, so it's residents in the building, and it's commercial at the bottom. And and then that property has a almost what could be considered to be maybe a paseo board, but it opens up, and then there'll be another residential building that shares that same sort of promenade space. But it's all included in their property line. And then I think about a number of different of our main avenues that's where the concentration of our commercial spaces are. And for instance, in places where we're trying to attract the reestablishment of the commercial buildings and
in places like this that have been approved already,
There's no problem.
I would think that they would be grandfathered in. But gentlemen, truly, it's the only way that we're going to revitalize the city of Miami is going to be through bringing in more bars, taverns, titty bars, and big restaurants with all kinds of alcohol. Is this how we're going to make Miami great again?
Well,
if it is, we're lost already, I'm telling you.
The one thing I will say is this, is that part of the reason I feel like part of my neighborhoods are not in the condition that they should be is the lack of business. It's the lack of commercial spaces and people's ability to have jobs and for people to drive by and see that there's progress in these spaces. I think if we have more business and offer more jobs, and then that allows those residents who live near.
Then where we should put money into is bringing those businesses that are going to not harm the quality of life of our residents. Bring those businesses into the city of Miami. All that I'm hearing is protect the alcohol barons.
But to me, it's not all about alcohol. you know, I'm just saying, because this is about noise. Noise is, and music outdoors I mean, this is a big issue. So all I'm saying to you, Commissioner, is that with the way that it is written right now, I know I can't support it today. I'm not imploring anyone else to do anything different. I'm just saying that.
I didn't think you would, Commissioner, so, from your expressions in the past, and I respect that.
Thank you, sir.
But I have to do what I feel I was selected to do, put my residents first. And when I say my residents, beginning with my district, but citywide.
Right, I understand.
Because I've gotten more complaints from people in your district, in Wynwood, and that whole area, than even from mine. I've gotten complaints from that other part of your district in the Northeast, and we all remember that whole restaurant and that whole brouhaha on the noise, not on the sign. Two different problems that we had there. And the only way that it could be resolved is by a law that's clear, that's not dependent on someone coming in and trying to decide if the decibels are there or not, or what, or if you send a code officer at night that, you know, they're almost impossible to find because they don't work. And then when they get there, they get intimidated because they've been yelled at, or, you know, the people that come at them, you know, scare them. You know, I have my motion in first reading. You all could decide.
Correct. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? So no further discussion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against? No, me is against, for the record, please.
For the record, I have this 4-1. Is that correct, Chair? 3-2.
3-2. Okay, so the motion passes.
Commissioner Hardeman voting no.
Okay.
All right. So what we have left on our.
I apologize. I was on mute. I was a no vote as
So
well.
we have a report for the record. What we have left on the agenda is the discussion item. We have the curfew update. That's DI1, and then we have a DI2, permit services during COVID-19.
And for the record, Commissioner Carollo, I do understand what you're saying, and I know we have that problem. And I would like, still stand for my first comment that I would like to go over it and try to refine it as much as we can and be as just as it could be.
Mr. Hannon, you recognize?
Chair, if I could ask for your indulgence, if we could go back to BC2, now that we have 5 commissioners, I would like to proffer on behalf of Commissioner Reyes, Charles Garavaglia, a reappointment with a 5-5 term waiver.
Move
it. Second.
Probably moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. Thank you very much for reminding us. Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify for second reading, Commissioner Carollo, is this coming back on November 19th?
That's the earliest you get it back, correct?
Yes.
November 19th.
And also, for the record, too, item. Can we have item PZ12 come back on the 19th as well?
I have no problem with that coming back on the,
Right. So
that meeting.
thank you.
Okay.
So now, DI1.
DI1.
If there weren't any objections to those requests, Mr. Hannon. So DI1, a curfew update. Are we having a discussion about curfew in the city of Mount? You recognize this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is sort of, we're going back and forth in the courts, and our business owners are getting very, very confused as to when they can open and when they should be closing, and it's really, really hurting our businesses. And we have to really begin to really concentrate on the economic health of our community and our business owners. And we have to send a very unified message, I think. Not only our mayor, but our city commission, our leaders, of what's allowed and what's not allowed. So this is a resolution for a no enforcement policy. Even though it's been stated by our city manager, it's been stated by our mayor, we've talked about it here. But I think it's clear that the governmental leaders make that statement. But this is simply a resolution, and I'm going to read it to make sure that we're on the record with it and everybody's clear about it, and the leaders of this community are clear about it. It's a resolution of the Miami City Commission directing the city manager to seize and desist enforcement of the Miami-Dade County curfew as promulgated by Miami-Dade County Mayor Carlos Jimenez in Miami-Dade County Local Emergency Order 2720, as amended in the Miami-Dade County Local Emergency Order 30-20 as amended. So in essence, this resolution calls for no enforcement whatsoever of any curfew at any time, and every business can operate as licensed, duly and properly licensed, of course, as they did pre-COVID-19. That's what this does.
Let me say the following. First and foremost, this is under appeal. So I don't know what the third DCA or Judge Butchko ruled on the stay. Is there a stay on that order or not, Madam City Attorney?
There is. Oh.
Right, so right now, the Miami-Dade curfew is, it's active. It's a curfew. It's in place.
This should go fairly quick before the third DCA, correct?
Yes, there's a briefing, should be done, I want to say by Monday, and there should be a determination by next week.
Okay. I will go along with this until the third DCA decides, only until then, because I do believe there should be some sort of curfew. And I'm going to tell you why. Look at the numbers. These are the numbers today. We have surpassed 180,000 confirmed cases today. Confirmed. Doesn't mean a whole bunch. Maybe even some that are here today in the meeting that might have gotten it, didn't know it, or didn't report it. You probably have 2-3 times the number. But confirmed 180,497. Death 3,581. We had 853 new COVID cases today. 853. Now, in my mind, opening up business up to midnight, it includes the vast majority of our business. We're keeping the economy strong, moving. But I'm going to say it again to all of you. If to help a few, this keeps going up, then we're going to hurt those few and everybody else along with it. Because we might have to come back and start shuttering places again. The last thing that we want to do. And, I hope these numbers don't go up anymore, but I'm seeing it in the streets. Unfortunately, a lot of people, think they can't get it. And if this jumps really high again now in winter, where our hospitals are going to be, just totally full and beyond. I don't know. Look at Europe right now, how they're getting hit. So I want to be realistical and for all of us to understand what we're dealing with here. This is serious. I really don't give a hoot, and there's no money in the world for them to convince me that we got to open up 24 hours for certain businesses. They open up 24 hours. And they could make the big bucks, whether screwing up the whole rest of the town. And all the people that we talked about here that, We got to help these business people. You know what we're doing? We're throwing them under the bus. But I also understand that this will be heard quickly, and nothing prevents the county that has 3 times the manpower that we do and more to come into the city and enforce it.
Yes.
Nothing whatsoever. And I hope they do. So I will vote for this. Not that we really need to, but I will vote for it until there's a determination by the 3rd DCA. If that is different than what Judge Bushko ruled on, then I would hope that we can have a special meeting to discuss it, in particularly, if these
Numbers.
statistics keep going up. If we keep getting 700, 800, 1,000 or more per day, then we need to be very careful in what we're doing.
Is there any other person who wants to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think that the only thing that this resolution is going to bring, it is you see, at this time, there's our businesses, they don't know what to do, particularly in the city of Miami. And what this is going to do is we're going to reassure our businesses that they are complying with the law. And until, and I agree with Commissioner Joe Carollo, that the 3rd DCA rules that the county is the one that has the right, then I will vote in favor of this, but then subject to the ruling of the 3rd DCA, because I will never go against the court ruling. If a court ruling is that the county has the authority, then I agree we should meet again and take proper action to do it with this resolution. But a question that I have, and I think you, Commissioner Carollo, answered it. You see, even if we pass this resolution, and I do understand what the senator is trying to do, it is trying to give assurance to our businesses that they can operate without looking over their shoulder. But even if we pass this, as we expect we're going to pass it, what precludes the county to come in and out of their own will and come into our neighborhoods and start giving fines to our businesses? You see, and that is the dichotomy that we have now. You see, because it is the uncertainty in which we are been living for the past 6-8 months. See, I know that they, as Commissioner Carollo said, they have a huge manpower, and they can come in and say, okay, now you are defiant. Now I'm going to show you. And come and start penalizing those businesses that are the same businesses that we want to help. This is a fine line that we are walking. But I do agree that we have to bring some certainty. And the 3rd DCA is the one that is going to have the last word.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I will tell you that, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Carollo. Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. There is the reason why I bring this before us is exactly for Commissioner Reyes said. We need to reassure our businesses that they're complying with the law. The reason why I propose it to begin with is because I have not found any scientific evidence that says that you're more likely to get COVID-19 at 11:59 than 12:01. So the time that you're out and about doesn't impact the possibility of you getting the disease, right? So to me, it was arbitrary whether it was 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. Commissioner Carollo, you remember back then that we had a great debate on the dais about the need for a curfew and stay-at-home order. when the crisis started. And I was in complete agreement with you that we needed to have a curfew, we needed to have that stay-at-home order in place. And the whole commission agreed on that. But our businesses need to know that they can open because other people are opening in Sarasota and Fort Lauderdale and Naples. So people are not
Hollywood.
in Hollywood. People are going out. People are going out, and we live in a free society. If people don't want to go out and don't want to take what they consider to be a risk, then they don't go out. They stay home. People are going out. People are not stopping from going out. They're just not going out in our city. They're going out in Hollywood and Fort Lauderdale and other parts of this of the state. So our dollars that should be that could be spent here are being spent somewhere else. And someone from Miami and downtown Miami will go to Hollywood or Las Olas Boulevard. They get the disease. They come back home. So to me, I didn't find any scientific evidence. I don't see any scientific evidence of what a curfew does to stop that rise in cases.
Let me explain it to you. Let me give you.
I understand that.
Whatever you like, I will explain to you the difference.
Okay.
The difference is that the longer the night gets, the only people that stay out late at night are those that are going to be in locations that are serving alcohol. The more alcohol that you take in, the least your brain functions better. And then instead of trying to stay a safe distance from someone or speaking in a lower voice, you're going to be speaking in a higher voice. You're going to be throwing your saliva, your COVID-19 germs, if you have it, flying higher so it could get people closer to you and those not that close to you. And that's the difference. Alcohol, especially in places that don't have food or very little food that they give, because where they make the money is in the alcohol, in the $15 to $20 drinks, impairs individuals. So scientifically, I will tell you that for those reasons, there is a higher percentage of people that would get infected. Now, I would agree with you that if you take that out of the way and you don't have that factor, then you're right. It don't matter whether it's 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon, you're not going to get any sicker or have more of an opening for COVID-19 to attack you. But if you're out late, and look, I saw it this past weekend. It was a free-for-all in many parts of our city. Practically every establishment that we had in the city of Miami that either served a substantial amount of alcohol or depended fully on alcohol, it was a free-for-all across the board. Across the board. There was not even social distancing being practiced in restaurants that you would look at them. It was every table, people on top of people. But then you would go to Versailles, La Carreta, and all those other restaurants, and boy, they were keeping their social distance in the table and doing what they're supposed to. And those are the places that to save a few and make a few get richer quick and bring more money quicker, that we're going to kill. We're going to kill them and the vast majority of our businesses that we have in the city that are not alcohol dependent. And, you know, those are facts. Look, I've spoken to experts. You all know that from day one, before even our mayor got infected, I brought in one of the best experts we have in Florida, and I dare say in the country, Dr. Marty. Mm-hmm. And I've been speaking to her regularly. And this is how I'm basing my opinion. Now, I'm going to be blunt with you, Commissioner. I don't like voting for this. I'm doing in part out of respect to you. And at the same time, understanding this for a short time, and it might be confusing. But I am really surprised at the numbers that I was seeing already coming up that we were day after day in the 500s. All of a sudden, we're at 853 today. We're over 180,000 confirmed cases. This is starting to, get ugly. And we're beyond the 5%, again, of people that are getting tested and are coming positive. And, what I don't want to see is that for everybody, again, we're going to be in a position that we're going to have to put real serious curfews. I don't want to see that again because our society can't live with that either. And I think we all know that. If the COVID-19 doesn't get you, going broke and our economy as a whole going south kills you. So what I've been trying to say is that we have to find a balance here. I don't believe that balance is a free-for-all that's 24/7. And that's all that I'm saying. So, I will vote for it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
With the request that I made that, it could be brought up. If the third ECA has a ruling that's different than Judge Butchko, which I will say this publicly, I have a lot of respect for her. I think she's a good judge. And she made a decision, I believe, based on the law. She probably didn't want to make this decision, but I'm sure she read the law and saw that she had no other way to go but rule with the law.
Are there any other comments? I'll say that from the very, very beginning in my role as president of the League of Cities, we were saying that to our constituents, you're safer at home. And that message was always about the fact that COVID-19 was reality and that people are getting sick. I know personally many people who fell victim to COVID-19, and the people that I know, many of them, of course, live. There are people that I know that know other people that did not survive. A lot of strange things have happened, right, during this season. But I will say, as always, you're safer at home. Right now, people go to work every single day. We're going to grocery stores and convenience stores and shopping malls and all these places. And COVID-19 is not going to take a hiatus during the daytime. And unfortunately, a lot of our businesses have suffered because of the closings that we've had. And when the businesses suffer, the people suffer. And that's particularly why we've had to initiate initiatives that provide for mortgage relief and rent relief and things of that nature because of the nature of what we've caused. Through the closing, the mandatory closing of these establishments. If not for government involved in closing these businesses, we know that people would have kept their businesses open. And then they would have had clientele that would have come if they chose to leave their homes and patronage their establishments. And had they made their own decision, and a lot of these businesses didn't prosper because people were staying home, it would not have been government's fault. It would have been the individual who chooses to spend his dollar wherever he chooses to go. And so, I reiterate that message, that you're safer at home. Even if there are lots of places that are open during the evening, and many of our citizenry don't choose to go there. Not everyone visits nightclubs. Not everyone visits adult entertainment. Not everyone visits fast food restaurants. There are many people, no matter how many times you flash the McDonald's golden arches in front of them, they are not going to eat a hamburger from McDonald's. It just will not happen. There are many people who will not eat a Filet-O-Fish sandwich. That is not real fish. They want fish that is freshly caught from the ocean. So no, how long you put it before them, they will not partake in that. And so I'm looking at the same with cigarettes and other enticements that are there for everyone to enjoy that the government has deemed to be legal, and some have limited their ability to purchase. No matter what, it comes down to the individual decision. And I've always believed that the curfew was something that we had to do, and I've said on the record before, when we believe that there's a life safety issue for our citizenry. And in many of those ways, I mean, we talked about it in terms of for the police to be able to know who are the good guys and who are the bad guys on the street. You know, that's to me, that's when I start to wonder, when I believe that curfews are most necessary. If there's havoc out there in the streets, and police officers need to be able to stop whomever there is about an issue. And I was never necessarily sold that COVID-19 was a reason to do that, because I believe most people are home at nighttime. Most people who are not working, who who live within our communities, are home. Nightlife, people who are out at night, that's a different world. And there are many people who don't regularly interact with people who work or who spend most of their time out at night, because it's a different time. And any of us who actually get in a car and drive around at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, you will see that most of our community is asleep. And there are there are places that are open and they have activity, and that's where those who go out at nighttime are, and they are not a reflection of the entirety of the population. If Miami-Dade County, for instance, has 2.4 million residents, I don't know what the capacity of live is, but it's probably not over 2,000 people, right? And so that's a stark difference in a place that is a major entertainment hub where they drink and they have loud music and things of that nature. And I think that's something that, many times because that's what we focus on. We're focusing on that red car. We're focused on the red car. We don't always see the red car. I'm not saying that COVID-19 is not a reality. I'm not saying that. In fact, I am saying that it is still prevalent. What I am saying is that you can contract it in the daytime over music and lunch, the same way you can contract it at nighttime over
Absolutely.
music.
Absolutely.
So that's
No one's denying that.
I look at it that way. And I'll say in closing that I believe that we're safer at home. If you believe, if there are many people that I know that are my age and younger that are terrified about COVID-19, and they have taken every precaution for the past 7 months that is humanly possible, and I wish that they will continue to do so, because it is what they believe they need to do to protect themselves. I believe that in America, we inherit these. We take our own risk when we do certain things. Some people choose not to drive because it is dangerous to drive a vehicle. A lot of people die in car accidents. Some people are afraid to fly, even though the numbers don't support the nature that you're more likely to. The numbers support the fact that you're more likely to die in a car accident than you are in a plane crash. But there are people who are just absolutely terrified of plane crashes. And so I'm not here to discredit them or to say that their fear is not noteworthy or not real. It's a real fear. But they choose to live their lives in accordance with their fear. And I believe that if people are afraid of COVID-19, then they should exercise caution in accordance with that fear, which means stay at home as much as possible until the danger has cleared. What I'm afraid of is it's not necessarily, it's not about just business. It's about people. It's people who are not necessarily tripping over themselves to go out. It's people being able to provide for their families. That person that's making $4.50 an hour for tips and working for tips has been in dire restraints for 7 months. And they've tried to find other things to do. And some have made decisions that they're not proud of. They're things that they'll never share with us. And some of them are trying to find relief through our cities and our municipalities, and I think we've done a magnificent job. But I will tell you that the county has frustrated our efforts to help our citizenry. They made it very difficult for them to reach out to that level of government and actually obtain a benefit. It's been very difficult for all of us to get service. And I'm telling you this is how important this matter is. On our body, I think we've done a magnificent job as a nonpartisan board to provide relief to the people who live in our communities. It's been more particularly difficult on state and national levels for people to come to an agreement. But this thing has been so much of a big deal that there was a relief bill that came. That the Republicans and the Democrats found common interest to give relief to people. Now, there's an argument about whether or not it was enough and whether or not there needs to be more. And I believe that everyone agrees that there probably needs to be more, but how you go about doing it is where they've been disagreeing. But in all this time of disagreements, people are still suffering. So what are we going to do? How can we assist? And for me, if lifting the curfew gives thousands of more people the ability to make a living, it gives people, it doesn't take away anyone else's ability to choose whether or not they want to partake in these restaurants or things of that nature, then I'm fine with that. And I don't think that in any of my decision making as far as being, and here we're not even, we're just saying we're not going to enforce. The county has every right to enforce. But what I'm saying is that just from a policy perspective, I just believe that we all deserve the right to choose our own destiny. That's one of the beautiful things about America and the emergency ordinance in nature, on the federal level, on the state level, county level. This is the power that it gives you, and this is the danger when you have so much power. And then the question becomes, how far are people willing to go in order to assert their rights in the United States of America? And I think that if we're not careful, that's going to be the next step, that people are going to begin to really to test that. We're coming now up on Thanksgiving and Christmas. Christmas is typically the time where the haves and the have-nots are very clear. It's very, very clear. People do lots of things just to give their children the opportunity to have gifts at the end of the year because they don't want their children to be left out, right? This is potentially one of the worst seasons that we're going to have during Christmas. And it's because particularly people don't have an opportunity to make an honest dollar. And so that's why, I'm in support necessarily of the item that the commissioner has brought forth. I don't think, as well as you say, Commissioner Cordoya, that we have to vote on this. I think that the manager could really take a notice of what we're saying, because if we choose to vote, and we can, we need to open it up for public comment, give our people an opportunity to call in and things of nature, and then we close and then we have the vote.
Well,
but all I'm saying,
Madam City Attorney. Hello. Is this in any way something that some other people with other intentions could use to turn around and say that we're giving orders to the manager?
Directive.
This is a policy decision.
Okay,
It's your policy decision.
So how about the policy decision that I haven't heard from the manager on, that each of us was going to name a professional police chief or special agent in charge to work with the manager and give him opinions on the applicants for police chief? That's not a policy decision?
No, that's completely different because it has to do with labor issues in the charter that you're not supposed to partake in the decisions of the manager's staff.
Okay, well,
It's a little different.
you give me a legal opinion on this, so that's fine. But I just wanted to see what you would tell me in the other one. Because I don't know about any of you, but I haven't heard as to what's going on. I thought I understood that the manager was going to come and speak to each of us. That's what he said. The last time this came up in trying to give someone that could help him in his decision, only. But since he doesn't have a wide experience in law enforcement, I want to make sure we get him the best people that we can. I know there are some in small police departments that, will try to be helpful, but our police department is not a small one. It has many different aspects of a smaller police department. Mr. Manager, where are we at? Were you coming back to us so that we could give you names and you could decide from there? Or, I thought I heard some things from you in the last meeting, and then I haven't heard anything else in that.
Yeah, so the process currently is obviously open. It closes in terms of receiving applications the end of this month. If you'd like, I will come meet with each of you individually, kind of give you a status update. Had obviously a great deal of interest from entities and organizations from all over the community in terms of input. I've listened, taken all of that in. Haven't formalized the process yet for internally. I was kind of waiting till the closeout just to get a sense of how many applications I received. But what I'll do is I'll schedule some time with each of you and kind of give you an update and solicit some feedback from you.
That's fine. Then, did you have a change of heart in the way you told us the last time you were?
No. I'm still planning on putting together a group of law enforcement professionals to vet the initial batch of applications. So I'll give you.
But what I want to make sure is that you do it the way you told us you were going to do it. I don't want to, get a Barney Five type that's going to be the one advising you.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, there will. I pretty much a certainty that we won't have anybody from Mayberry, USA as our next.
Look, Art, this is an extremely important decision that we got to do right by the city, and we have to bring in a real professional. I don't care what their name is, how they look, what their race is, what their religion, where they come from. I want a real professional that's going to have a hell of a task in putting this police department together. And I don't want a political decision coming out. I'm trusting you in this. You mentioned when we spoke about this last that you were going to do a process. And go back to the minutes and see what you said at the time. And what I'm trying to, you obviously have a right to change your mind. But what I'm trying to get you back in line and making sure that we're going to give you the best tools in choosing from.
I have not deviated at all from my prior commitment, and we're going to have a robust process that will include, as I mentioned before, both internal and external candidates. And the applications that have been submitted to date reflect that.
How many applicants have we had so far?
Oh, I'd have to get Angela to give me a kind of an
approximately. You have any idea?
Probably, I'd say that met the qualifications probably in the 40 range.
Okay.
Any police chief from Portland, Seattle, Chicago, New York?
Commissioner, I have no idea. Specifically, I don't believe there's anybody from Portland or Seattle, no. I've skimmed through the first 2 weeks of applications, and I don't believe there's anybody from either of those cities.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. So I would like a vote on the item that we're discussing, the resolutions on the table. But I do have a comment to make about what Commissioner Carollo said. But I reserve those comments so after we vote on this.
You're not playing Russell and me now, are you?
No, I have.
Senator?
I didn't want to discuss.
Russell.
I didn't want to discuss this issue you brought up, Carollo, but as always, because you're Commissioner Carollo, you are a man with a lot of wisdom and a lot of experience in this government and a lot of institutional knowledge. And the selection of a police chief is a critical issue.
I appreciate it, but I'm not going anywhere. It's just now. I got another year or so.
No, you got more than that, but solely.
You're doing it me now, Hardeman, you know?
No, you got more, no, you got more than that. You got more than that. That's
You're going nowhere, Commissioner.
That's a different conversation, but,
We can share that street, Hardeman.
I would like to know who those 40 applicants are, I think. I don't like, and I hate to use the word because it may not be a fair word, but I'll use it anyway. The secrecy. I don't like the lack of information being sent to the commissioners. Not perhaps because you want to go through a thorough process and you want to vet people. I get that too. But I would like to know if people have applied. I think that you would know, Mr. Manager, what those numbers, it's 42 or 44, not about 40. I mean, that if someone's prominent figure in law enforcement, that you will know who they are. I don't like, and again, I want to use this word, the evasiveness of that answer. You don't know how many. So I think the commissioners and the mayor, we're all entitled to have an idea of what you've done so far. We did have this conversation before, the last commission meeting. And I'm sure you're not sitting by and not doing anything since the last commission meeting. You're working on many things, including this. I don't like resignation. Take 3 months to come into effect.
Commissioner, before you continue on, let me just do this.
Can we vote on this? Can we vote on it?
Open the floor for public comment so that while
Okay.
you're talking, we have time for public comment to come in.
That's good. So, and so then I'll filibuster as Commissioner Reyes did earlier today. Very effectively, though, I may add. I was going to compliment you on that before the meeting ended, Commissioner Reyes, until we had a full commission.
Let me tell you this. Remember that I watch you a lot of time. Every trip that I took to Tallahassee and when you were president of temp, I saw you, man, and you were a master at it.
I said, más sabe el diablo por viejo que por diablo. I said, so he's just going on and on. I love it.
I learned it from you guys. Then after you were a master.
It's already open for public comment, so that's good, so that people can comment on this resolution. But the idea that this commission, even though we fully understand and fully respect that the manager and the city charter, only the manager can pick our next police chief, we would like to at least hear what the thought process. We like to be deliberative about it and talk about it publicly, transparently, so that we know what that process is, how many applicants. It's just a simple public records request that we don't have to make it ourselves, right? You tell us, look, these are the 42 applications. These are the people. Here they are. And I'm reviewing them. And then we say, thank you. We just want to take a look at it.
Yes.
The idea that you have any police chief remain in office or with power, not Chief Colina, just any individual, for 3 months, a resignation that takes 3 months.
Yeah,
it's a little bit concerning to me, because a lot of decisions are made in that interim when nobody has a vested interest in what happens after he or she leaves. Bad decisions could be made. There's a lesser accountability that exists. So that concerns me a little bit, that length of the resignation period. And so the process, for me, the quicker the better, that we have someone in mind, or you have someone in mind, at least we can look at who you're thinking about. And like Commissioner Carroy, I don't care, what race, what gender. I care about the most professional police chief we can possibly find that fits the nature and composition of our city, right? And that knows who we are. That's not from Mayberry, like he said. It's from here, that knows what a city of 500,000 people needs. That has that kind of experience, that kind of professionalism that we need for many reasons. Because we know what's happening thank God it hasn't happened in our city to the extent it's happened in other parts of our country, but we know what's happened. So there's sensitivities and understanding that you need to have. And all those, parameters that you said, that criteria that you said on how we select a police chief, we need to know what that is. We need to know what that selection committee is, who comprises that selection committee, and we have to know who's applied, just for transparency to us and to the public. Who's applied? Who are the members of the selection committee? What are what's the criteria you set for who you're going to select, so that we have an idea, just for a comfort level, to create a sense of trust and a sense of comfort for all our elected officials here in Miami. And that's it. So I agree with Commissioner Carollo. We had this conversation at the last commission meeting. I haven't had an update other than, conversations about this, about that, and well, we have 7 applicants, or 10 applicants, whatever, but very, basically generalities. But I think that you committed to us, and I take you at your word, that you were going to talk to each one of us. And I would have expected you would have done that in detail in the course of from last meeting to this meeting. And I know you've been busy, we've all been busy, there's a lot of things happening, but it's an important decision. This is not naming the head of planning or a particular department in the city of Miami. This is a major monumental decision for the future of our city, for the stability of our city. Because the most important function that we do as a government is provide security and safety for our residents. That's number one. And so who is in charge of that effort is of critical importance to every elected official in this city and to everyone that is part of running this government. And that's why I think I request of you that you please keep us abreast of what you're thinking, what you're doing, who you're talking to, what's going to lead you, and how you're undergoing that decision-making process, how it's going for you, and so that we know, and that we can also be part of that collective effort.
But more so, I think that there has to be transparency. The public should see. I mean, the manager could do it any way he wants to, but the public should see and hear, and we should have the courtesy of being able to talk to publicly in a transparent way, so everybody could see the finalists that the manager is thinking about. I will tell you, I've been looking now for some years as to what's been happening in the selection of police chiefs, that I'm almost to the point that I'm going to ask the city attorney to draft a charter change to be placed November of next year, and how police chiefs will be chosen from here on, that is going to have to be in a very transparent public way, and that this commission is going to have to make the final decision. And
I would support that.
I don't want to say anything more right now because I don't want to make any decision that the manager makes a little tougher, in the sense that maybe some people would get concerned and withdraw their application. But this has to be a transparent way in how we do this.
Absolutely.
We got a police department that 60% of it is 3 years or less. You go to the streets and you see, that we don't have a seasoned senior police department. You see it in the streets. The manager has talked it over with me. He's seen it himself. It's a concern to him that he's expressed to me. But I don't want to do it the way that it's been done. The last 4 or more times, that it's got to change. It's got to change. And I'm telling you, one of the things that's got to change is our cops cannot be taking cash from any establishment, whether they serve alcohol or they serve arepas. They have to go by the book in the way that everybody else does.
Okay, we have a motion.
I want to make sure, Chair, if I may just very quickly to add to what Commissioner Carollo said. First of all, I don't want you, manager, to think for any moment that we don't trust you or your judgment. That's not the case here. We do think, at least I do, I think what Commissioner Carollo said now, that the need for transparency in this particular selection, not about other things that happen in other departments, that's a different conversation that can be had, but the seriousness of this selection means that the people of our city need to know, not us, only us, but they need to know that it was a thoughtful, deliberative, open process, so that the cynics and the press in particular, the Miami Herald, all those guys and all those bloggers that we have out there, that they turn around and say, oh, it was done in the darkness and not in the sunshine. Oh, it was a cooked deal. It was negotiated behind closed doors. We don't want that, because it's not true. So we want the truth. And the best way to do that is to be very open and very transparent in how we're doing it. and just open your doors and let the sun in and let people know, hey, you know, this is how we did it. This is my process. These are the applications. This is what the vetting process looks like. This is a selection committee, and everybody's, wow, they did it the right way. They did it as a professional city government should be doing it, not in any other way. So there's no cloud over it as we move forward, especially in these times. And I just want to add that to it, that it's not a reflection of any opinion we have of you, just that I think that we want to alert you, and I want to alert you to the magnitude of this decision and the importance of this decision in city government for a city like Miami. And that's it.
Well, and that's very true. What you said, Commissioner, is not reflective of the manager. This manager, like 90+% of the managers, have little or no experience in law enforcement. So it's difficult for them to make that decision. In fact, the only manager that I can think of in our history that had experience in law enforcement ended up being arrested by law enforcement. So, you know, there you go. You know, that necessarily wasn't a
good experience.
Positive, but you know, we need to. Everything you said is, I agree with, Commissioner. I do believe that Chief Colleen is going to do right, and you know, I'm not having any doubts on his actions either. And I appreciate that he's staying this time so that we could make this kind of decision like this, that it didn't have to be rushed in how we did it, even though I understand what you stated. And that's always a concern. But you know, let's move forward. Maybe we could get from HR some of the people that have applied. I have no idea, frankly. But anyway, we have your motion, right? Or did we vote on it?
I think the chair was opening public comment and closing it, I believe.
That's called in. Have we had anyone respond for public comment?
Anybody?
No, only
Mr.
Ray
Hannon.
open right
Mr.
now.
Hannon, did you fall asleep?
See,
No, sir, I need to defer to the producer. I don't have access to that information.
seeing that nobody has called in, I'll close the public comment at this time. All in favor of the motion on the floor?
Chair, moved
Yes.
by Commissioner Diaz-de-la-Portilla. Who is the seconder?
I seconded for him.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against? The motion carries.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah, thank you all very much. The only thing that we have left is DI2, is permit services during COVID-19. Is that something that someone particularly?
We have DI3 also, don't we?
DI3 was deferred.
DI3 was deferred?
Yes.
We deferred DI3.
It was the management,
Excuse me?
the manager's office, I believe.
Okay. Well, I have no concern if the manager wants to defer it. I thought it was one of my items, but that's fine. We could defer it. I got no problems.
Yeah, I want to better socialize it, Commissioner, with a couple of the other commissioners who had questions.
Sure, that's fine. There's no problem with that. I got no problem with that, Mr. Manager. Take whatever time you need.
No one has any comment on DI2?
We have a presentation,
Okay, how long is the presentation?
not very long.
Is it Dr. Baba?
No, actually, my colleagues will be coming up shortly. I just want to start by acknowledging the long-standing interest and guidance of the Mayor Suarez, in the development and deployment of electronic plans review. The process started way before when he was a commissioner, and we've already received several.
You may have to speak up just a bit because I'm having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me?
We're not hearing you well. If you could speak up.
Hello?
Go ahead, you can speak. We can hear you, but you're not being heard well, so you just have to check. project better or bring the mic closer to you.
Okay, let me hand over to my colleague, the building director, to kickstart the presentation. It's quite a short presentation listing about the city's accomplishments, as well as the process that we've identified to facilitate the electronic plans review. Ace,
you're on, you're muted. There you go.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. We have a presentation. Can we project that presentation on the screen, please?
Presentation.
It's a quick presentation, Commissioners. It probably no more than maybe 15, 20 minutes. And I will get some assistance as well from Kimar Brown, who is our Enterprise Technology and Assistant Director for Planning, who was paramount in implementing E-Plan for the city of Miami. Kimar, are you on as well?
And thank you, Ace. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So first and foremost, thank you very much for the 20 minutes to provide a brief overview of how we have moved the city forward by implementing E-Plan over the last 2 years. So specifically, just to kind of put a mile marker, E-Plan was implemented citywide December 5th, 2018, throughout the city. And we wanted to baseline our conversation this afternoon by reminding everyone several of the issues that we have heard well before 2018. And later on throughout the presentation, we will showcase how E-Plan has helped to improve the permitting process citywide. So first and foremost, one of the common issues that we've heard is that the process itself is oftentimes cumbersome and unpredictable. We've also heard the need that for single-family new construction permits, we needed to reduce the time to issue those permits. We also heard that we needed to reduce the number of cycles for permits to be issued. So oftentimes, I think we all can agree that we've heard in one instance or the other that a person submits a permit, and then in second or third cycles, they keep getting new comments. Fourth is the need to reduce the number of visits that an individual needs to come to the city to conduct business related to their permits. And then we've also heard over time that there were complaints of misplaced plans or projects. So I will say that this project has started well before COVID. It was what I would consider really an intentional, introspective look at how our permit process was being performed. And E-Plan was the catalyst to help us really improve our permitting processes citywide. I'm going to pass it over to Ace to really hone in on what the current state of permitting was with the building department. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how that has been transformed by E-Plan. And of course, at any point, we welcome any questions that you may have.
Yes. Next slide, please. All right, so this slide really represents our state prior to electronic plans review, and it really speaks of a very linear plans review process. We used to have a plans room where plans would be routed from the plans rooms to the building reviewer, and then from the building reviewer back to the plans room, and from the plans room back to zoning, and back to the plans room, and back to public works, and so on and so forth. And before you know it, on this very linear process, you had a permitting process that just to complete one review cycle would take over 100 days. This was very inefficient, but it definitely speaks to the days of processing plans in a paper format. One of the challenges that we wanted to do was to eliminate that and go into what is considered a concurrent plans review, meaning all disciplines, whether you have 3 or 20, could all review the plans simultaneously at the same time. Next slide, please. And this is where we took the city. We took the city from a plans processing stage to an electronic one that would, once we receive the documents from the applicant, would automatically be routed to all disciplines for review, inclusive of Miami-Dade County, Durham, water and sewer, impact fees. This was a huge benefit to our applicants because we're amongst only 8 cities in the county that take advantage of this particular program. It cuts back on the applicants' need to go to have to travel to Miami-Dade County to get this business done. We essentially decided that we needed to be a one-stop permitting center for our residents and house all the components that it needed for them to be able to obtain a building permit. I also want to say that we implemented over the past year what we label or we identify as an easy permit. And we have issued over 2,500 of those over the past 12 months. And these are permits that are issued within 10 minutes, literally, and are reserved for your trades type of work, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, easy work, less than $10,000 worth of value. We decided that these are work that we don't need to review plans, only receive an application, and then ultimately do an inspection on the field to be able to satisfy that particular permit. It has been a success for the city of Miami, and it's a program that we are continuously evaluating to see how we can perhaps increase the scope of work. Next slide.
So commissioners, oftentimes we've talked about E-Plan, and we wanted to take this opportunity to talk about what the E-Plan ecosystem looks like. Today, we have 3 permitting systems that our customers from time to time will interface with. If you're looking to receive a building permit, you will submit an application in iBuild. If you're looking to do work on the right-of-way, you will submit an application through the IPW system. And then I'm really proud of the Department of Planning and Office of Zoning because as a result of E-Plan, this is the first time both departments has the ability to intake projects in a digital manner. So the Planning and Office of Zoning departments also has a platform by which our applicants can submit applications. All of these portals connects to our digital plans review system. And there is a seamless integration that was aided directly by our Department of Innovation and Technology. We wanted to provide a brief summary before we get into the details on how exactly we are doing in the realm of timelines, as well as cycles of review. So E-Plan, first and foremost, it's important to know that we are no longer conducting reviews sequentially. We have shifted the business model to concurrent plans review. So that means if there are 20 required disciplines that must see a project, all 20 disciplines are able to participate in that review at the very same time. As a result of that concurrency, we have seen visible reduction in time for the issuance of permits. And that reduction of time speaks to the building permit, planning and zoning, as well as our right-of-way permit population. We have during COVID, we have managed to digitize our entire permitting population and process. So when we went live in December 5th of 2018, we had a population of projects that were considered legacy. As a result of COVID, we were able to digitize all paper plans, and we essentially are now a completely digital city as it pertains to digital plans review. With the E-Plan platform, we are able to allow real-time transparency and status updates. So our applicants are able to log in at any time. So that's 365 days, 24 hours a day, to check their status, to see reviews, to see comments by any given department. As I mentioned previously, all our departments are now conducting business electronically. And as Ace alluded to, we are one of 8 cities that participates in Miami-Dade County's concurrent plans processing program. Over the last year, so that's 2019 to today, the building department has issued over 40 permits. So that is master building. That is
40.
40,000, thank you, Ace. 40,000 building permits, so that is inclusive of both master and sub permits. They've also conducted more than 120,000 inspections. When we did the initial rollout of ePlan, we had a team of, I think, about maybe 5 persons who were also, staff to the city of Miami, who hosted and facilitated more than 95 external trainings and public outreach meetings to ensure that our user base were oriented to what ePlan would introduce. We eliminated the need for walkthrough permits. And today we have the capacity to manage over 17,000 active users in our ePlan system. We also wanted to talk a little bit about, and we'll get into a little bit more detail about how we've enhanced our permitting systems to automatically flag city projects and affordable housing projects for expeditious processing. So we'll talk about that a little bit later.
All right, so this particular slide really talks about the success of ePlan, because at the end of the day, we really want to have metrics that speak to how we were prior to ePlan versus how we are today. And this particular slide tells you the picture of a couple of years prior to ePlan, 17 to 18, 2 full calendar years versus after ePlan, 2018 to 2020. We were issuing building permits at a rate of about 52% prior to ePlan, and that increased by a 20% efficiency by having the ability to review plans concurrently and thus improving all of our processes. That was a huge, the numbers clearly speak to a huge improvement in how fast we're able to turn around permits for applicants and our community. Next slide. This slide also talks about a very specific project that were concerns prior to ePlan about the average time that it would take to issue a building permit for a single family home. In fact, there was an article back in March 21st of 2017 making reference to 310 days to do so. After ePlan was implemented, this was one of those priorities that we took upon ourselves to really dive down into the detail and improve on those particular processes. We have gone down, I want to say, to about 59 days to issue such a permit, and progressively our goal has gone down. It started with 99 days, we're down at 65, and we want to continue pushing the goals so that we can, keep driving that number down as hard as we possibly can. Next slide.
As it pertains to the planning and zoning reviews, we are currently, initially when we went live with ePlan, we were processing permits from pre-screen to issuance in about 91 days. We established a goal of 90 days, and this past year we are currently at 84 days. If we round up, it's 85 days that we are processing from pre-screen to permit issuance. And as Ace indicated, we are continuously reevaluating how we are conducting business to allow us to push the goal even further, to allow to in turn have permits, in our case, entitlements, issued in a much faster manner. For the Office of Zoning, we have the Office of Zoning, similarly to the Planning Department. They had a goal initially of 90 days. In 2018 through December 2019, they were on the cusp of that 90-day mark. And as of this year, they have reduced their milestone even further to about 83 days to process, on average, to process their entitlements. And again, we are continually reevaluating how we can cut time or cut steps rather that will in turn allow for time savings to our applicants. So anecdotally, one of those things that we are doing are implementing joint reviews between planning and zoning reviewers, right? So in turn, we expect that our numbers will continue to reduce over time. As it pertains to our right-of-way permits, so that resides principally in the Resilience and Public Works Department. We also saw a reduction in time. They started with a goal of 90 days to issue the majority of their permits. And October of last year, they saw a time frame of about 71 days. This past year, they continued to reduce that timeline to about 67 days. So in large part, we'll see that the equation of being able to review concurrently and being able to interact with our customers a lot more frequently has directly contributed to our ability to reduce our time frame.
This particular slide speaks to the old way of processing plans. How long it took for a particular commercial project versus a residential to do a full cycle of review. I tell you, not only was that very inefficient, we were able to, as a result of COVID, take all that.
Can we go back? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can we go back to the previous slide?
Yes.
Okay. So it took 70 days to get a permit issued before 70.88, whatever. Then now it takes 67.
This is for.
That is for our right-of-way permits section.
I know.
So last year it took 70 days on average.
Right, and now 67.
That is correct.
And you tout that as a major improvement. Do you tout that as a major improvement?
It's not major for the specific item or permit. I think for us, the improvement that we're referring to is in large part the E-plan programming, sir.
Okay, so if I may, Mr. Chair, through you, what do you see as the biggest improvement with your new e-permit process?
Commissioner, I see the biggest improvement from a building's perspective. The biggest improvement is concurrent plan review. In any particular commercial project, you could have as little as 3 disciplines, but as many as 20, right? So if you had to walk those set of plans through 20 disciplines, adding the physical element of going to a plans room and picking those plans and going to the 3rd floor or an 8th floor. So that there was a lot of inefficiencies in doing that, right? So for building, it has been a huge transformation in terms of efficiency. And there's a couple of slides down that will tell you the building review cycle concurrently. If those 20 disciplines, if one is doing it in 2 days and another one is doing it in 5 days, if the worst discipline is doing it in 10 days, well, that is your entire cycle, 10 days, because it's your worst offender is your worst timeline. And that's the one that we need to always try to bring down so that at the overall scheme of things, your entire review cycle goes down, right? But so for us, that has been a huge improvement. We have seen, I know at the very beginning of this project, we worked with some large projects that would typically take 6 to 9 months to get a building permit issued. And we were able to cut that down tremendously. So from the building's perspective, that has been the biggest efficiency, to be able to review plans concurrently. Now, the second thing that I want to point out in terms of huge improvements from E-Plan is the ability to go back and issue the review to the same reviewer that did the original comments. This was a huge problem in plan.
That is huge.
In plan,
that's huge. Correct.
That is huge. And that was, excuse me, Mr. Moreno, through the chair. That was one of biggest complaint that, and you know, also, Senator, that's one of the biggest complaint that we have, that they have comments from a reviewer, and then when they return the comments corrected, then a different reviewer will, look at the plans and add additional comments, or would disregard the first comments and then incorporated their own comments. And that was, a vicious cycle. It was going on and on and on. And that really, it took a long time to be resolved.
That was a nightmare.
It was a nightmare. I'm glad to hear that now you're doing that.
We have essentially closed that loop. We are now able to always go back to the same reviewer. You have continuity of service. You have continuity of knowledge. You don't have to review the plans all over again from scratch. The minute those plans come back to you, you remember. I reviewed it a couple of weeks ago. I knew exactly what the issues are. I know exactly what to look for. I'm done.
Or you have a file that tells you this is what I did, this is what I did. So you go through it, right? You go through the list of what you asked for initially and what they gave you at the end, right?
Yeah. So from building's perspective, those are two. If we take away two items as huge improvements for building, those would be the two major ones: concurrent plans review and going back to the very same reviewer. Now we also gain real estate because we don't have to store plans anymore. So we gain a lot of room, which we're able to repurpose internally here in the on the fourth floor. Next slide. And this commissioners speak directly to what we were talking about, concurrent plan review. So we have disciplines that are reviewing in 2 days. We have disciplines that are reviewing in 6 days. We have other ones that are reviewing perhaps because of staffing in 12 days. But that is your worst cycle. Everybody else has already reviewed. And the minute those reviews are done, they're available to the applicant. So we also have the ability to automate the process. They get an email, right? Your plumbing has completed your review. So they go and they can see what kind of feedback they're getting from those different disciplines. They can start amending their and making those revisions ready. So when the last review comes in, hopefully all of the changes are already done and they can resubmit back to the city.
And how do you set the goals? How do you come up with those numbers, your goal numbers?
These numbers are specifically driven.
Through the chair, I apologize. Through the chair.
These particular goals are driven by the data of how much work we have, and a combination of the data and how much work we have. And I got to tell you, also we want to push our staff really hard. We want to have. Sometimes we want to give ourselves goals that we may not be able to reach, but we really want to give ourselves some really tough goals so that if we don't get there, at least we try to improve our efficiencies. Now in building,
fire and zoning.
I don't like the 5 anymore. I want to go down to 3.
Right. So fire and zoning. 10 days, right?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah.
I would love for fire and zoning to answer those particular questions, but
of course, so would I. So would Commissioner Reyes, and I'm sure all of us would like the same questions. Because as they negotiate their contracts, I'd like to know why it takes fire 10 days, right?
Historically speaking, Commissioner, those were the days that they had when we went into E-Plan. Those were the goals that were identified based on the staffing levels that they had and the volume of work that was coming in. And those were the goals that were established back in 2018. We are one of the things that we want to do now that we have 2 years of solid data and metrics. We want to start changing some of those and make them even more realistic and in line with the data that we're going back, right? So we gave, for example, building, we gave ourselves a goal of 5 days. We have been exceeding that. So we want to give ourselves even less time going forward, right? Like
but with fire, you're moving in the wrong direction.
That's right.
Right?
Absolutely.
So Commissioner, if I can add, I know that
Q1, Q2, 7 days. What's this? Okay.
Yeah.
You were right, Senator.
But I think it's important to know that still is a concurrent review. So yes, while they might be slightly above, that is still a concurrent review.
Correct,
So,
okay.
next slide.
I think Ms. Brown was gonna make a comment.
Yes, I was. So, as Ace alluded to, the goal of 10 days was as expressed at the point of E-Plan. Fire actually just brought on, I believe, 3 additional staff members. So we do anticipate that time frame will go down, because now, based on the volume and staffing, they will be hopefully now able to reduce their time to review. So that is a line that we will continue to track and hopefully be able to report in the coming months on.
So we're hiring new people? I heard it was the opposite. But.
No. I think that they're taking people off the trucks and they're going to use it for zoning review.
They added 3 new staffers now. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Regarding Ace, do you want to go through this, or I can actually? For our entitlement population, so this is planning and zoning. The goals. So, let me step back. Entitlements are our warrants, waivers, exceptions, variances, rezones, comp plan amendments. The established goal, initially when we started in 2018, was 30 days. We chopped that by 50% to push the team even further. And now we are in Q1. We're at 13 days for our land development team. And I believe you'll notice that the longest period over the past 3 quarters has been 15 days. So again, that is an indication that the teams, whether it's the building permits or the entitlements, are managing or maintaining their goals. And for us, it's now time to reassess those goals, reduce them further, and then keep pushing to see how we can get our numbers to be even better.
But this is a significant improvement, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It is.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Kamar, I'm in if the commissioners have a question.
Perfect. Thank you, Eloy.
Commissioners, good evening. Deputy Fire Chief Eloy Garcia, Chief of Administration. I apologize, I was not able to get in quicker.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner, you have a question for Fire?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And from what I heard, you are you are adding 3 new positions for fire inspections, right?
No, sir. Actually, we were approved for 1 position.
1 position only?
1 position, yes, sir. Fire protection engineer, which will basically be more allocated to high-rise inspections. We wanted to upgrade our credentials and our personnel in that area, very specific to the infrastructures of these massive ultra high rises that we're receiving.
Question, all your inspectors have to be uniformed personnel?
Actually, sir, we have inspectors that are uniformed personnel, and we have inspectors. We actually have one that is just like this fire protection engineer will be a civilian also.
So, to clarify, in order to be able to perform a fire inspection, be in one of the skyscrapers, or into or any single family home or a business, it doesn't necessarily have to be a uniform and a regular firefighter. It could be performed by a person that it is an expert or it is a regular inspector. Could it be?
Well, our first of all, we don't inspect single family homes, nor do.
No, I'm talking about businesses. I mean, I know some. I have a lot of complaints that offices that they have even been remodeled, and they have been they haven't been able to move all the people there because the fire inspection had taken so long. You see, and I want to know if it is for lack of personnel because you don't have enough personnel and you have too much work, or it is because those inspectors, they'd have to be fire personnel. I mean, they have to be uniformed personnel. And I'm just thinking about possible solutions. And it also could be non-uniform personnel, and that could be hired in order to perform those fire inspections.
Well, I think when we were talking about the plans review, it's important to note that fire that not only has to inspect the fire component, but they also have to inspect a building component. And I'll give you an example. For example, a fire alarm has an electrical component to it. So we have to review the fire alarm, and then we have to review the electrical.
That doesn't answer my question, sir. That doesn't answer my question. That doesn't answer my question. A person that knows about fire alarm, a person that knows about building, a person that knows about many other things that the other components, that is going to inspect it and doesn't have to be, or it's going to review a plan, doesn't necessarily have to be a firefighter. That's my question.
Yes,
people other than firefighter will be able to perform all those inspections. That is my question. Yes or no?
Yes, you're absolutely right, and that's why
that was my question on it.
We have two civilians. We have a civilian fire plans reviewer, and we have a fire protection engineer that is in the process of being.
And how many uniform reviewers you have, and how many uniform inspectors you have?
We have 3 plans reviewers that are uniform and 1 supervisor.
And 1 supervisor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, and those are also the ones that inspect all of the.
No, sir. Then we have a fire engineering section, which is divided into a water supply, plans review, and new construction. The plans review somewhere in the vicinity of 7,000 plans a year, and new construction over 22,000.
Oh, fantastic! That's a good load. But all of them, all of those reviewers, or the majority of those reviewers, of those plans review, are performed by these 4 plant reviewers, including the supervisor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and in total, you only have 3 plant reviewers that are all uniformed.
Yes.
And 1 supervisor that is uniform.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you don't have to be a uniform. I mean, you don't have to be a firefighter to be able to perform all those plans review.
No, but it's important.
But you prefer it. I understand, Eloy. I understand, Mr. Garcia.
Yes,
You prefer that, but I know I know why I'm asking this, and I just wanted to know. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Also, it's important to note that these during exercises such as when we have hurricanes, they also have a different role in which they become part of our strike teams, teams that go out and monitor situations when that are.
Can the non firefighters cannot they do that? And cannot they go out and review and analyze and be able to assess any? I mean, we have a hurricane or something like that.
No, I'm saying in alarms, they'll go and relieve trucks when a wire is down, when a power line is down, and our fire engine goes out and they secure the scene until FPNL arrives. You cannot leave that scene to maintain the integrity and security of that scene. So what we then dispatch are our strike team, life safety teams that go out.
Wait. We're talking about here two different. Please educate me. We have plant reviewers, and then you're talking to me about firefighters when a power line is, it's down. Any trained firefighter could go and do that.
Yes,
And then I'm specifically talking about plan reviews, okay? And you gave me the answer, sir. Okay, thank you, Lloyd.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Regarding the average number of review cycles for a plan to be approved. So again, this is the goal today is 3 cycles, is for the building, planning, zoning, our resilience and public works and fire rescue division. And you'll see that in 2018 and 2019, the numbers are relatively consistent. We actually have been discussing internally how to get to a place that a project in and out, first round of reviews, a person is able to get their permits issued. Primarily those smaller permits that may not be easy permit, but they may not be a large scale development. How can we continue to analyze the process to make it easier and minimize the questions for applicants to in turn reduce the number of cycles? One of the things that we're also doing, why we have been able to keep the numbers in large part to below 3, on average of 3 cycles, is on the first or second round of comments, if we find that there is a barrier, a communication barrier, all departments are currently meeting with design professionals as well as applicants to review those comments and ensure that there's clarity in what is being requested, that hopefully in the subsequent cycle, all the items are addressed, that we can move the project forward. So that is, it is not systematic, but it is a procedural step that has really been a point of improvement on how we communicate with our customers. And then to talk a little bit about what we are doing in the way of affordability. Earlier this year, so July 16th, all of our permitting systems that we talked about earlier have been enhanced, that at the onset of the project, an applicant has the ability to tell us that the projects are indeed affordable. And immediately,
I think we're losing Kimar. So what she was alluding to was that our system has been enhanced so that the applicants are able to check in the intake process and identify if a project is a affordable housing project or a city project. And as a result of them able to do so, the project can be expedited and set as a high priority in our review process, which will essentially put them on top of the line so that they get priority in the review process. And I believe she's also controlling the slides. So if she froze, I'm not so sure how we're going to be able to go to the next slide, but
how many more slides do we have?
No, we don't have that many more. And Commissioner, one of the things that I want to point out as an additional huge improvement to E-Plan, I alluded first to a couple of them in terms of the concurrent plans review. I mentioned the ability to always go back to the same reviewer, and I want to add one more: transparency. This is key because you no longer have that web of plans and that dark room where plans were stored and you really had no idea where your documents were heading. With E-Plan, to the second who is handling your plans, what is the state of your application, and what do you need to get approvals from the building department. So that level of transparency has been key in making sure that our customers know precisely where their projects are at. And with that, I would like to also point out that the building department is working closely with all of the other permitting departments to always and continuously enhance E-Plan. And as a matter of fact, it continues to be an active project. We have well over 200 system enhancements in place to always and continuously improve our permitting system. And ultimately, we really want to have a permitting environment that is the envy of everyone here in not only Miami-Dade County, but the state of Florida. We want to be the best.
I really hope so, and that was the intent of the investment that the city of Miami did in all the computers and all of that. I think there's still room for improvement. I can give you some horror stories, but this is not the time and place. But there are a lot of horror stories that comes to me, people that have been over a year, and even when this plan was implemented, and particularly in downtown Miami. And they haven't been able to open restaurants and all of that. And those people, because one thing that I want you guys to understand, you see, there is two components of taking so long for a business to receive any restaurant or even a construction, even a development it takes so much time to be able to start working, to start the construction, or to start the business. You see, I bet you that if we cost out and if we make a projection of all the money that the city of Miami have not received due to the fact that we had a permitting process that was so inefficient, will be in the billions of dollars. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the longer that it takes for a building to be completed and get it sealed, that is money that it doesn't come, tax money that doesn't come into the city coffers. Tax money that will pay your salary and the salary of everybody that is there, and tax money that could be used to provide better services. And I want you to understand that behooves everybody that is in building and in planning and all of that we should expedite this permitting process, because the faster that we get all those development and all those business in our tax rolls, the more revenues that we're going to get in order to have better roads and provide better services, and maybe we'll be able to lower taxes.
Thank you so very much for the presentation. Guerrero, Ms. Brown, we appreciate all the information that you gave us.
Thank you.
I have a question to our city attorney before we close out. FL2, right? The zoning test code lodged in certain districts. That was something that I indicated to the administration that I wanted to sponsor. But for some reason, it ended up on the future legislation, which of course is a much longer track of time. Now, the question I have for you is that, of course, I want to pull this from future legislation. It's on the agenda. Everyone sees it. Would this be properly noticed if it's on the agenda, or is this a process that's not here on this agenda that I need to be aware of that would make this fall out of proper notice?
Right, so it's listed as future legislation, but I believe it's already been placed on an agenda. I think the administration would have to confirm that for this item.
Yeah, it's actually scheduled for December.
Right, I mean, that's very far away. I fully, December is what it would normally do. That's like the 90-day process. But I specifically indicated that I wanted to sponsor this item so it can be heard much quicker. I expected it to be on this agenda. I was told it was going to be on this agenda. I didn't think it was going to be on this agenda as future legislation. And so,
you can place it on the November 19th if you're going to sponsor it.
Right, no, I understand that. But my question to you is, with the way that it is on the agenda today, is it properly noticed? Like, for instance, if I want to hear this item today, what will stop me from hearing this item today?
The problem is that right now you have it technically noticed as future legislation for today, and then you have it noticed to be on the December agenda. So there are probably people waiting to comment on at that time. I mean, it's a little different than when you bring in maybe a pocket item that we've done in the past, but that's when, there's some sort of emergency, some sort of reason why you would like to hear it So in a perfect world, we would bring it on the 19th because we're talking about it today and we're saying, okay, we're not going to bring it on December. We're going to bring it on the 19th.
I just wanted to be noted for the record that this is an item that I asked him to sponsor, and so it should have been on this agenda. And so what I'll ask of my colleagues is to have this item placed on the 19th agenda. Of course, I won't be here.
Through the chair, that I was going to propose that. I know that this has been an item that you have been talking about and you have been promoting. And when is our next meeting? The meeting in November is the 19th, right?
Yes.
And I believe this is an item that needs a planning and zoning appeals board as well.
Madam City Attorney, I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask all planning and zoning and all of that to do everything that is possible to expedite it and bring it and do all the necessary advertisement and notice to everybody that for public comment to bring it on the 19th to the last day that Chairman Hardeman be with us. No, I mean as a chair, because you're going to go someplace else. But I mean, he deserves.
No. He'll be gone by the 19th.
I'll be gone on the 19th.
When let's. Hey.
Yeah, he'll be gone. Yeah.
On the
18th, right, Chair?
On the 18th.
The last meeting I'll be there is the 17th.
The 17th. Right.
But is there a meeting on the 17th? I mean, do we have any meetings before he leaves?
Oh yeah, yes. we have three meetings, including before he leaves 2. But
Before
one is the name's replacement.
When is the last meeting that it's going to be here?
The 16th.
The 16th, I want to, and instead of the 19th, I'm asking you, Madam.
So we can make that meeting is to deal with the marina issue, or we can maybe deal with this issue too.
Yes.
Right?
You would have to call for a special meeting to deal with this issue.
Well, can we include this in the special meeting that we're going to have for the marina?
You would need to call, you already called a special meeting.
We call another one.
We call another the day before.
The day before,
and that's it.
To be concurrent with that one.
The day before.
Well, no, you can actually, what you can actually do, you can call a special meeting on the same day.
On the same day, at 2 o'clock.
At a different hour.
In the afternoon.
A different hour. Okay, special meeting at different hour.
Yes.
Now, this item also has to go to Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. Will
Send it
that
to-
happen before?
When is the next planning zoning board meeting? When is the PISA meeting? When is the next meeting?
You're recognized, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, sir. That is already in place. The item has been Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. Briefly to clarify, the reason why it cannot be placed on this agenda is because this item needed the approval by the Department of Economic Opportunity of the comprehensive plan amendments, and those have not been received at the time of the publication of the last agenda. It has already been placed on the November 19th agenda. If the Commission wishes to place it any earlier, we're ready to do so now.
Okay, let's move it to the special meeting agenda.
What item is this again?
That's FL.
Future legislation 2.
Future?
FL2.
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 Yes, sir, but there's also, if I may, through the chair, there is also a requirement then that along with this particular amendment, we hear the second reading of the comprehensive plan amendment. That's already also ready to go forward. We can schedule both of those for the special meeting if you'd like.
I don't have anything against it. I don't know if my fellow commissioners they have.
All right, so because we're already having a special meeting, I believe on the 17th, right?
Yes, sir.
Because we're having a special meeting, what we can do is we can schedule just a minute before or so, another, or an hour. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't make a difference, really. The special meeting for this item and whatever accompanying item that Mr. Garcia believes needs to be there. And so, Madam City Attorney, we need a motion for that.
So then you'll be calling a special meeting to address this issue, correct? And the items that Mr. Francisco Garcia brought up that are going to be the two items that he wants, that he said that should ride together?
Is that a resolution or what?
Yes.
Okay, I move that resolution that it will be at a different time if it requires to be at a different time than the special meeting that we have, but it will be on the same day.
Schedule it 1 minute before the special.
1 minute before. Okay, I
Second.
move it.
All in favor?
Oh, just, sorry, Chair. So there's a motion on the floor for a special city commission meeting on November 19, 2020. It'll be at
No,
No,
no.
for when
no,
the commissioner, when the chairman is still here.
No,
For
no,
November-
it's gonna be the 16, right?
The
The
16th.
16th.
The 16, that it will take place a minute before the special meeting that we
Todd, you
have.
said November 19. That's why.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
You turn the 9 upside down.
That's a good point. My apologies, commissioners. I'm sorry. So,
That meeting's on the 16th. I just want to be,
16th.
it's the 16th special meeting?
The 16, sir.
It's not on my schedule right now. That's why I was just asking.
Well, get the
Todd,
date
can you
straight, man.
confirm? Todd, can you confirm that it's the 16th? The
Yes.
special meeting for Virginia Key?
It's the 16th.
The 16th, 17th is a replacement meeting.
It's
Thank
a
you.
16th is
replacement.
a Rickenbacker-ish.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Senator.
It's all on top of that wall.
About my memory.
What do you drink for your memory? Titina?
Clarification for the motion.
These days, Commissioner, Red Bull.
Oh, my God.
These days,
Oh, my God.
I'm reformed in my old age.
No, I was asking what kind of medicine, maybe vitamins. I was asking about vitamins.
Omega-3, all kinds of
Okay.
natural stuff.
Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much gentlemen, for that.
that will be at 9 a.m. on November 16, 2020,
That's
the special meeting, 1 minute before the other special meeting, which will be addressing Virginia Key at 10 a.m.
Okay.
Yes, the only
That's
thing
it.
that if Francisco can clarify, or did you get, Mr. Hannon, the 2 items that have to be on? Were you able to get that, which is the future legislation item, and there was one more that Mr. Garcia mentioned?
Is it 9 a.m. or because the special meeting is at 10? So it's,
Yeah, but this is before.
so it's an hour before, it's not a minute before.
9:59.
9:59.
And,
9:59.
if Mr. Garcia could just clarify the 2 items, I'm
But
sorry.
it's 9:59 to be clear.
9:59 a.m.
Correct, not 9.
Okay, for which 2 items, the future legislation item and which other one, Mr. Garcia?
There will be a second reading of a comprehensive plan amendment to allow for lodging and industrial. We have the file numbers internally, we can provide those to the city clerk's office and the agenda office.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That should be on the agenda.
All right, that's it, everyone. All hearts and all minds are clear?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Oh, by the way, happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Oh, man, happy birthday.
A couple of days ago, happy birthday.
When is the birthday?
A couple of days ago, right?
That's right. It's a belated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, belated birthday.
Belated, happy birthday.
That's right. Okay, guys. Hey, nice seeing you guys. Take good care of yourself, okay? Be safe.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Bye-bye. Be
Good
safe.
night, good night,
Good
everybody.
night. Good night.